everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to tonight's session of the Salamander Coast. We are currently on Book 8, Chapter 10. Very excited for tonight's session, as hopefully we'll finally get to do the war table stuff and other fun and cool things, but we shall see what happens. Everybody is here today, which is wonderful. That's always great. So we're going to go ahead and roll the intro and dive in. We are back! As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, the DM does not do the summary. Instead, we have the players do the summary. And this week, wonderful treat for all of us, Jonathan is on summary.
Yes,
take it away, John.
This week I decided to actually write out what I was going to say, so it wasn't me just blathering off words and hopefully making sense. So, last session, first thing in the morning, Bianca finally went to Keothi and talked about the decision to resurrect her instead of her mother, Natalia. The conversation seemed very productive, with both of them assuring one another that neither was upset about the decision and circumstances, and they could continue their friendship despite everything. After this conversation, the team reconvened and prepared extensively for their upcoming conversation with Commander Bright, going over potential topics of conversation that may come up and how to address those concerns they've had with the commander's past actions. Eventually, the party left that lodge and went to Liliana within the keep. The conversation with Liliana went smoothly, and when issues and concerns were brought to Liliana's attention, she stood by her decision. She explained the events of severity of the first few weeks and why she made those decisions, not regretting any of them. She also explained that the Order of the All-Seeing was never created or meant to rule, and only did so when it was needed, to restore what little order was left to Maester. Bianca discussed her wanting to bring a new style of rule, one for the people, and Liliana agreed, but in order to step aside and give the reins of rule over, the party was given 3 issues and were tasked with solving them in their own way, a way to make an impression on the people. Liliana did, however, mention that if the people did not like the way the party handles the situation, she will refrain from handing over the rule. After this, the topic of Draven Hunt was brought up, and it seemed Liliana was familiar with him, when she briefly encountered him when he led the Golden Shield. With this information, she agreed to loosen tensions with the Loyalists, but also mentioning that their mere presence of the Loyalists may start to destabilize things in Maester. After the conversation, the party headed back to the lodge to discuss their decisions, Ajax noting that we should try and solve one thing at a time instead of worrying about everything all at once. The party came to a decision on how to solve the issues presented by Liliana, and at the end of the session, we left our party getting ready for their next steps, still resting in the lodge.
All right, wonderful job. Thank you so much, Jonathan. So that is right where we are going to pick up. Our group of adventurers, all of you had just finished a fair bit of a delegation and debate about the best way to approach some of the issues that were brought to your attention by Commander Brighton. 4 issues that she gave you that were up to you to resolve, and for you to present to the people of Maester. She's happy with the way that you handle the situation and the way that the people react. She has no problem relinquishing that leadership onto you. But, as was just said, she has no intention of giving up on something she spent so long fighting to protect, if it just means it'll be destroyed in a day or weeks or months. So, with that, all of you within the lodge, you have a little bit of time, as you were told that tomorrow, I don't know where my mouse is. Here, we're running into that. Okay, there we go. The entire background of the map is white, so it's just the mouse was just, the cursor was just blending in everywhere. So you were told that you would need to have some type of answer, some type of delegation ready by tomorrow at noon. Now, at this point, what I will say is not day, but hour. You are probably looking at about 6, maybe 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock at night. So it's getting rather late. You're running out of time in the day. And in order to prepare everything that'll need to be prepared, you don't really have time to go out and investigate any of these individual cases. So my question to you is there anything else you would like to do within the lodge? Anything you'd like to work on in these last few moments you have? Or anything else you would like to do this evening?
I think Bianca would check in with Mimir, see how he's doing with the cipher, as well as talk to him about the dagger that was left behind after Carousel was attacked, and try and basically say instead of trying to get rid of it, maybe we should try and figure out how to lift the curse from it so it can't ever be used to harm or for the Dark One's purpose again, and see if Mimir has any thoughts or ideas regarding that.
So yeah, as you approach Mimir, you can tell that he's still working out the cipher to the best of his ability as you approach, mumbling things, crossing out things, writing other items down in a notebook. And you can see that he sort of compiled this massive sheet of parchment that has all of these different symbols and words and letters that have all these different lines and pins and strings connecting them all over this table. And as you approach, he doesn't really notice your approach. You'll have to be the person to start the conversation. He's just sort of like,
Yeah.
All right, so that's there.
Oh, you've been
let's see.
working really hard on that. Oh,
Hey.
sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. That's fine. 1 second, and I'll be able to talk. Right. That. All right. And you see he's just looking at it, just eyes darting back and forth between 4 or 5 different things. All right. What was it you wanted to talk about?
So I just want to see how you were doing with the cipher. Seems like you're just on a train of thought kind of thing, so I'll try and keep this brief. I also wanted to know if you had any thoughts about this dagger. I just think that instead of trying to get rid of it, the same one that was used to attack Carousel, instead of trying to get rid of it, we should probably try and figure out how to lift the curse so that it can't be used for the Dark One again. And I know we were already asking a lot of you, so I just didn't know if you had any thoughts about that process.
Right. So, first point on the cipher. Been working very hard, and I can feel as though sometime tomorrow I think I'll have cracked it. Definitely very difficult, because the thing that I've noticed is that each individual parchment, each individual correspondent note, it all uses a different variation of the same cipher. So by figuring out one, it doesn't mean that I figured out the rest. So still trying my best to find that. So if you find any more of these, it'll probably take a similar amount of time to decode them, even with having most of the cipher figured out. But sometime tomorrow, I'm optimistic I'll have it figured out.
Okay.
The dagger, though, it's a very delicate situation. It's possible, I'm sure, but one thing you've got to remember, sister, is that dagger was forged in mind with the Dark One's malice and a twist of reality. To remove a curse like that, it would require a very powerful cleric or mage of some kind. It's possible. It might end up being something that perhaps Keothi could do, maybe with the help of someone else. But you see, those daggers, from what I know, they're forged with one sole purpose: the creation and binding of those creatures. That being said, if you can separate that shadow from that dagger, you probably have a fairly strong weapon on your hands. But you take a risk. Do you truly remove all the shadow from it? Or is there some hiding in some crevice somewhere? It's a risk. I think that it might be a worthwhile risk, but a risk nonetheless.
All right. I just feel like it's also a risk to leave it as is.
Oh, very much so.
So, well, that's good to know, and I'll talk to Keothi and then maybe Cecily and see if they feel confident in trying something. I'm not as familiar, but I'm glad I got your thoughts on it, and appreciate everything with the cipher. If there's anything I can do to assist, I've done a few in the past. I wouldn't say I'm probably as versed as you are, but I could give it a go if you're stuck at all.
Sure. Take a seat. We'll go through it. See if you can help me at all. Sometimes you just need a sounding board.
Yeah, sometimes maybe I'll see something that helps you that you weren't able to recognize because you've been staring at it for so long. I know that happens to me all the time.
Very well, maybe. Not going to say no to help. Bianca, as you sit down to help, I'd like you to make just a general intelligence check.
Intelligence. That's a saving throw. Okay, 15.
15, okay. So as you are going back and forth, Mimir will sound something off to you. You push it back and forth a little bit. And you can see that he's nodding, he's thinking. What you're saying is very valid, but he's not sure if it exactly clicks. Bianca, you know that you are a fairly smart person. That's not even vanity or cockiness, you just are. You pick up on things rather quickly. But as you and Mimir are talking more and more about this, you can tell how incredibly complex this is. Where you helping in this moment, it does relieve a little bit of the pressure, but in terms of a long-term success on decoding it, you'd probably need to devote the rest of your night and morning to this in particular to really be helpful. Just in this small, brief, 25, 30 minutes, it's helpful.
Not making a big impact, yeah.
It's helpful to Mimir to have somebody to talk to, but he would probably also be able to get this far on his own, unless you were to stay longer to help.
Okay. All right, well, she probably wouldn't devote her full attention to it just because of everything else going on and wanting to make sure she's there for everyone else and to talk through things for tomorrow or anything else that we need to do. So she won't cut herself off from everybody else, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, and you can see Mimir as you're sort of getting up and ready to go. He says, don't worry about it. Like I said, I'll have it figured out by tomorrow. I'm fairly confident on that, but thanks for giving me an ear. Just to listen.
No problem. Just trying to keep you from going crazy.
Might be a little late for that, I think, but I appreciate the effort.
But otherwise I'm good for now.
Okay.
If other people have other stuff.
All right. So as you get up and walk away from Mimir, does anybody else have anything else they wanted to do this night?
Ajax still wants to ask the party the question he asked last. But now Suni is here.
Yeah. So you can see everybody kind of took a moment. Bianca went to go check in on Mimir. Everybody took a real good moment to process and think about this question that Ajax asked, which Ajax, as everybody regathers, you feel as though some people may have forgotten what the question is. So you think it might be best to restate the question.
I feel as I just said this, but I'll restate it again. Now that we're all together, there's a lot of things that we have to do that are less than positive moving forward. So I want us to take a minute to talk about the things that make us happy. So I think one by one we should go around and list just one thing that we're thankful for. I'll start. Before running into all of you, I was going down a dark path. I am very thankful for you all letting me be here and to be a part of this group. Who's next?
I can go.
Keothi?
Obviously, all of you mean a great deal to me. That's very true. But only one of you shares a name with me. And she looks to you, Suni, and smiles. When growing up in the Hearthstone, I thought that I always felt alone, like I didn't have someone. Even the other Anakalatha, I felt distant. And now that I know I'm a Kalukatho, it makes sense, but when I learned that, I thought that I would be alone, and I wouldn't have someone with me. So I'm thankful that I do, that I have a brother.
Suni will give a very, very kind, warm smile to Keothi and a pat on her shoulder. I'm very thankful for you too. All of you. Sorry to jump in next. I just get the ball rolling, I guess. Or keep it rolling. But I'm also thankful for so many things. And before I knew any of you, I didn't have, a name, hardly, a family, anybody to look out for. The giant's palm, every man, woman, person for themselves. And it's not like that here. People who would die for me and people I'd die for, and that's what I'm thankful for.
I can go next. I think that the thing I've come to re-recognize that I'm the most grateful for is that no matter what I am or what I become or what people know of me or whether people love or hate me, it doesn't matter, because these are the people who truly know me, who have had my back, have proven that, and love me unconditionally, no matter if I screw up or if I make dumb decisions or if I'm just awkward and don't say the right thing, which I feel like I do most of the time. I feel like I'm so lucky to have this group, all of you, my found family.
Well, I suppose I can also go. Beyond just each other's company, I think I'm also thankful that all of us keep trying. I think it's easy to take that for granted. The fact that we all are here, that we all continue to be here. I know that a lot of what's happened has been hard on everyone here in different ways and different times. But all of us are still here. All of us are still fighting the good fight, as we know what it's worth. And I don't think that should ever be taken for granted.
Well, I guess it's me. Lodge is warm. That's not all I'm gonna say. Don't freak out on me. But I feel like it's worth noting.
It is warm.
Haven't been hungry ever since I got Sent to prison in Summer's Rest. That's an unexpected bonus. Kind of feels like everyone here is a second chance at something. Whether it's for yourself or the world, country, the group, family, an oath or a vow. It's good to know that you can fuck up and turn it around. I'd like to say more, but this place is really fucking sad. So that's really all that's coming to me right now.
We have to remember where we come from, all of us, individually, and where we are now. We have done so many great things in such a short amount of time. We're about to go save a continent. We have to remember that we are doing good. No matter how many obstacles, how many things slow us down, we keep moving forward. We just killed one of the 13. Who knew that a continent would be saved by a bunch of runaways? I appreciate all of you. Now, unfortunately, we have to wrap up and go into the cold.
I don't know. I feel like this calls for a group hug if any time ever has.
Oh, I think you beat me to it, and Keothi is going to just swing with these massive fucking arms and just squeeze everybody
Scoop
together.
all of us.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
I love it. I imagine
I
if
think-
we were all lifted up off the ground too, just a little bit.
Oh yeah, Ajax would definitely, probably the whole group, just off the ground.
Yes.
It's like the two pillars of Ajax and Kira just
Kira.
Lifting everybody else
We're all
Cute
just in the center.
image, oh my god.
I know. I kind of want to
Cecily-
draw it. It's so cute.
Cecily is going to yell from the mast, "Hey Mimir, come use your arms!"
You can see he's like in the corner of the room still scribbling. Oh, look at that! And he'll come over and he'll join in.
Aww.
Hell yeah.
Isn't Mimir super fucking tall?
Yeah.
Fucking short, isn't he?
I thought he was
Oh,
super tall.
Is he tall or short? I thought he was
No.
really short.
No, most
Little
satyrs are
boy.
really satyrs are short. Mimir is very tall though, so he's very
Fuck, okay.
Yeah.
Because he's a god, right? I thought that he was just like 7 foot, and that's short for.
Well,
God.
he is not. He's not. He was an advisor to Odin, but he is
okay.
still very tall as a goat man.
I thought he was a short goat man. This is sad.
I
Oh.
know, but he's still.
It's hard when he hasn't had a body for so long.
Yeah. Well, you probably thought he was short because he was just a head for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which he was
Well,
I don't know how
short
to
at that
gauge how
point.
tall you would be.
Yeah. You can
It's like a
tell.
foot at most.
Ajax will put everybody down.
Yeah.
Now what?
I don't know. Typically, when there's group hugs in books, that's kind of where the chapter ends.
It kind of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Did that one guy? I know his name. Felicity
Fedorov?
just fucked up. Yeah. Fedorov ever show up?
Nope.
We gotta talk to Liliana about his commitment issues.
3 minutes late to a meeting, you should be fired.
I love that there's this heartfelt talk, a hug, and we're just like, okay, all right, well.
I don't know what to do with my hands right now.
I don't know what to do with my.
We're so used to everything being sad and dark.
Joe, make
So
Fedorov
it's
knock on the
fuzzy.
damn door.
But it's late, isn't it? Can't we just all just fucking go to bed?
We could go to bed.
Didn't
Yeah.
Liliana say that he was gonna come get Ajax soon?
Yeah, that's what she
Does that mean
said.
tomorrow?
Man.
All right.
Soon
Fine.
is
Ajax
pretty
goes
broad.
over to his bed.
Maybe something
Wait,
came
we're
up.
doing watches.
We are doing watches.
We must. Yeah.
Ajax will go
You're-
first.
I will take one of them. Either one.
Are we
I
doing,
will
how many
also
watches are we
agree.
doing?
Mm.
Watches?
3.
3
Oh,
watches,
3?
yeah.
So one
Yeah.
person gets to go with Keothi or Mimir.
Mimir can always be on watch because he doesn't need to sleep. So
All
if
right.
there's a watch where you guys just want to catch your rest, then he can just be the only person.
Good to
Well, he
know.
didn't watch very good
Yeah,
the last
he
time,
was
so
that
maybe we
nice guy.
shouldn't leave him.
He was,
we didn't
Asshole.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna be like, damn, miss that shadow knife guy.
he didn't know it was
Maybe he
happening.
was just too
He was-
invested in his papers.
He
you
was
know?
doing the decoding. He was-
Yeah, he wasn't
Yes, yes.
actively watching. I forgive him.
yeah.
We got to set him up for success next.
Well, I mean, I guess if the person who got stabbed forgives him, everyone else.
Yeah.
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 yeah, the rest of
Rude
us
if he
look like
didn't.
assholes.
I'll take any of the 3 Bianca's
Okay.
there.
I got first watch.
I would love to talk to Keothi.
Okay. Nice. Keothi will do third watch with Cecily.
Sweet.
Keothi's first name is a beatbox rhythm.
Well, that's the authentic pronunciation within the Hearthstone. You know.
This
Right.
is my friend Keothi.
Keothi.
Because you know it's all about how it resonates off the stone, and then from that's how
yeah.
you
Right.
derive the common name. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm,
yep.
of course.
Anyone watching for the other 2?
Yeah,
Same
Kelso
rule,
can join.
Same.
Who's joining who? Because right now we have Bianca blank, Ajax blank, Keothi Cecily.
Carousel can take that first watch. She probably slept in that morning anyways after the whole stabbing, so she can
To
stay
the
up a bit
whole
later.
stabbing. Yep. Okay. Bianca Caracilla, Suni Ajax, Cecily, Keothi,
Yeah.
Mimir. He will
Somebody said.
squiggly bracket all of it.
Hell yeah, he's just there. What a
He's just
lad.
gonna surround
His
it.
name next to the brackets is in italic. He doesn't really do it, but he's there.
Yeah, he glances every once in a while.
All right.
All right. Cool. So, as you are getting into your first watch, everybody else kind of heads to bed. And Bianca and Caracilla, the two of you, begin to watch. My question to the two of you is pretty much anywhere in the room you can sit to get a good look at it. But I guess the question is to the two of you, would you rather sort of sit and share like a bed together, sort of leaned up against the wall? There are small tables and chairs.
Bed together. There's
What's
only one
the-
bed trope.
What's
Just like sit
the...
on the bed like the galleys, like pay each other's nails. Like, it'd be cute.
So
Yeah,
I
we
just,
can
What?
we
I'm
can just on the
BRB, I
bed.
gotta
no,
put
I'm
my-
just,
you guys are taking
there's
first watch.
there's tables.
No,
I
sit on
just-
bed. It's cute and
I just-
cozy. We could just be there, like, you know, opposite ends, like
comfortable,
cross-legged,
like,
have a little
yeah.
goss, like that.
Mhm.
All right. I was just trying to dress the setting. That's all I was trying to do.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
sitting on the
adjusting it,
bed.
mate. Yeah,
All right, you're there.
have a cute little gas. It'll be great. Yeah.
We're there. There's nothing further. No? Okay. Do we see anything?
Make perception checks.
Hmm.
Boop, boop, boop. Oh, good thing Caracel's watching with me. My perception sucks. A 9.
I got that filthy 20.
Ooh.
Okie dokie. Alrighty.
I'm not getting stabbed.
So,
Not this time.
all this time.
Initially into your watch, Bianca, you have quite a few permeating thoughts that are just allowing you to carefully watch the door and any other entrances within the lodge. You just have a lot going on right now. Carasilla, because of what happened last night, you are incredibly perceptive of these same things that Bianca is too muddied right now to fully dedicate her perception to. But you're fairly confident, Carasilla, that if anything comes through that door or the door on the opposite side, you will know about it as soon as it does. You might even hear some footsteps before it gets to the door. If it has feet.
If it has feet. That's good to know.
Was that foreshadowing or a joke? Just have to
You
wait
said
and
the
find
word
out.
shadow. You heard that, right?
I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that, the two of you begin your watch, and immediately there is nothing that draws your attention.
Mm-hmm. I think Bianca, since she's the one with the muddled mind currently and is thinking about things, she will start the conversation and say, "Are you feeling any better, or is there still lingering pain?"
I mean, it doesn't seem to be getting any better, right? It doesn't. It just stays. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least not beyond the initial healing that people were able to do.
Hmm.
What exactly that means, I'm not too sure, but that's alright.
Well, I was talking with Mimir actually about the dagger today, and I was thinking this item is too dangerous just to leave as is if it can just be used to create something so dangerous. And I think it might be a good idea to try and lift whatever curse is on this dagger. And Mimir thinks that is, while risky, possible, and also a decently good enough idea. There's risks to both leaving it as is and to mess with it. But the other benefit of figuring out how to lift that curse may be a way to lift the curse whatever is infecting you, whatever that is. Maybe figuring out one will solve the other.
I mean, honestly, I hadn't thought about it, but it would make sense that two would be connected in whatever way they are. Although,
Yeah.
what exactly to do in order to get rid of the curse on the dagger, I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure exactly either. He mentioned that it's something Keothi and maybe another very strong spellcaster. I guess I was thinking Cecily then to just kind of assist with whatever Keothi can find. I haven't talked to either of them about it, but it's just ideas at this point. Hopefully we could do something about it, though. Maybe the Order of the All-Seeing also might have some stored knowledge on it. Maybe they've been able to solve this problem as well in the past, but there's a lot going on when we were talking with Liliana, so maybe give it a moment
to
ask them.
I feel also they would surely have people that would be powerful enough to at least have some input.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe work alongside Keothi.
Mm-hmm. Probably. So there's
Either way, it's a
options.
worthwhile sport.
And once the dagger is, assuming everything goes successfully and the dagger is lifted of its curse, Mimir did say that it would be a pretty powerful weapon. Is that something you want to hold on to then? As an item that maybe you're redirecting the energy of it arriving in your life?
I think I'd want to make sure that it's lifted first
Right.
before trying anything. I think the idea of dealing any more of it before that happens is... well, it makes me uncomfortable, and I'm sure would be more risk than payoff. But if it's lifted, maybe then it's time to reconsider.
It's up to you. I've had some thoughts about it since I'm holding on to it, and I know you've had a thing with cursed swords before, as did I before I met you, and I definitely think we both have the mindset of handling it rather than just letting it linger.
Like I said, I think if we're able to do anything, then it is worth looking into.
Worth a shot.
Though I must also ask, are you, with your other thoughts I assume you have, are you prepared for tomorrow?
I hope so. I think so. I've definitely been worried about what people will think. And I've been worried of being rejected and not accepted. But I'm starting to let that go a little bit through conversations just with Varnast and, I mean, having all of your support and your guys' opinions. And honestly, I mean, it's still all a team effort. Like, none of this is completely on me, which, even though my mind tells me it is, I know that it's not. I'm starting to let go and realizing that if they don't want our help, that's not our fault. I mean, we're still gonna do what we need to do, but we're gonna try to communicate to the best we can what we can provide for this land and what healing we can give. And if they want to keep fighting, if they don't want to move forward, we could keep, you know, digging and working, but we have the Dark One. We have our priorities, and not that this land is not a priority, but there's a lot on our shoulders already, I guess is what I'm thinking, and it's starting to come to realization for me that we really do need to pick and choose our battles, and if we are rejected, ultimately, that's that. And that's giving me some peace. I don't know what's going through your mind with all of this.
Well, I think, first of all, I don't think you need to consider them necessarily separate battles. I think believing even all of Belclara to be just one whole thing in its entirety, it's not. It's part of the material plane, it's part of all existence, and all of that is all connected to what the Dark One's doing as well. What happens here, if we're able to help these people, unify them, make sure that they're not suffering, that is a victory against the Dark One, all one and the same. All of it needs to be fighting the Forsaken. And as for the people themselves, I think it's also worth remembering, because I know that there are some that seem to be a bit more obstinate against the idea of having the return of the Damaris. But it's important to remember that if people haven't been allowed to choose what they want from themselves, as they haven't been under the investors, it can be difficult to remember how to know what they want. I think worrying about how they're going to receive you and your rule right now, that's not the thing to worry about. You just need to give them that option. Let them remember how to be a people again. And then I think the right answer will come from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that helps with my perspective that we may not have a resolution or a stable answer tomorrow. It might still be a work in progress, but we've made a big step. And that's good.
I imagine as you're ending that thought, you can see that, like, Carasella's attention is going towards the door. So just kind of, like, put up a little hand. And I guess...
Yep, Caracella,
What shit's happening?
right as you point that out, you begin to hear these footfalls approaching the door. This... And shortly behind that, you hear smaller than that, but still heavy footfalls. You hear metal armor creaking against metal armor. It is not just a guard patrolling. There is something more in particular. Eventually, the footfalls get to the door and stop, and you hear a knock.
Look to Bianca, and she'll go over to Keep, who's there, answer it.
Okay. So, Caracilla, you open the door?
I think since Caracilla was attacked, Bianca would go with her,
Okay.
just so she's nearby.
She's alert this time.
So as the two of you open the door, at this point, it is probably... Let's go ahead and change that. Midnight, maybe 1 a.m. It's around that time. As the two of you open the door and peek to see who's there, you can see one very tired-looking Commander Fedorov, or Captain Fedorov, and then right behind him is this humanoid that is 3 times as wide and damn near twice as tall. You can see this marbled and not marbled, but this thick gray skin, these giant ears drooping down off the side of his head, and 2 massive tusks coming out of his mouth and out of his face, and this large trunk that hangs down from his face. You can see these decorated in robes of black and gold with raven feathers hanging off, and this piece of decorative golden plate that hangs over his face in between his eyes and covers most of his tusk, most of his trunk. You can see that this individual in particular must be some follower or some worshiper of the Raven Queen. But Caracilla and Bianca, you would both be able to recognize this as a Loxodon, and I don't think Bianca, because this party's never met a Loxodon, right?
We did.
Yeah.
Oh, you did in
Bromsgrove.
Bromsgrove. Okay, yeah, that's right. I thought so. I thought that was the fact. So, you can see, as you open the door, this massive Loxodon that stands behind Captain Fedorov. As Fedorov, he sort of stands in the doorway and says, "Very sorry I'm late. I know that I said I would come sooner, but you would not believe the night I've had so far. If all of you have a moment, Headmaster Bullororos is what you said your name was? Headmaster Bullororos from the College of Hearthcrest would like to speak with all of you." And he kind of looks in and sees some of the people sleeping. "When you get done, send Ajax to the keep. I'd like to have a conversation with him. Till then, I'm going to try and get some sleep on one of the chairs out here."
Hope he finds you.
"Yeah, me too." And you see him walk over, and you see him immediately plop down in a chair and just...
Yeah, I think Bianca would turn to Caracilla and just give her like a kind of like poor guy look, but then welcome in the headmaster and start to wake everybody up.
I will also, because obviously he's had a long ass day. He's trying to get some sleep, but he's probably very busy. Caracilla will also cast a calm emotions, just on Fedorov, just so he can find that sleep quicker.
You see, he was kind of like a baby having a nightmare. His legs are starting to kick a little bit, but as you cast that, he just kind of relaxed. Yeah.
Sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so as all of you, I just real quick. As the Loxodon stands at the door very politely, hands folded over his stomach, just very politely. You can see the beady black eyes just looking at the two of you. The trunk sort of flinches with anticipation as he just sort of looks, and he says,
"May I come in?"
Please, come on in.
Thank you very much.
incredibly soft-spoken for how large this man is, and you see him
He's a cutie.
walks in. Ajax, Suni, Cecily, as you hear these massive footfalls into the room, how do each one of you wake up?
A cantrip ready at her hand. Just like,
Yeah, I think Ajax would wake up. He was in the military for so long. He would probably immediately just grab his spear and just like kind of look over, be ready, and then realize the Loxodon and Fedorov, put his spear back down.
I think Suni would kind of like groggily lift his head up, eyes half shut, and look, and then his head would flop back down into the bed, and then a beat would go by, and he would shoot straight up in his bed, staring at the Loxodon.
Cecily will slowly lower her hands, seeing that the two that were on watch are just not concerned. Just like, oh.
Yes. Hello and good evening. I am very sorry for stirring you from your sleep. I'm sure that it is less than ideal considering how busy all of you must be. But understand that unless the circumstances were not dire, I would not be here. As Captain Fedorov introduced me, my name is Headmaster Boloros, Headmaster of Necromancy, at the school in the College of Hearthcrest. It is my great honor to be in front of such esteemed guests. So please, thank you for taking the time out of your sleep schedule to speak with me.
Thank you for traveling so far to speak with us.
Of course. In fact, it is not so much traveling as it is relocation. But that much will come shortly. Please take a moment to stir yourselves. I have knowledge of magics to calm your emotions should that be an issue, or to relieve stressors if the previous few days have been that. If you would like me to do that for you, I would be more than happy to bring you peace in that way. And when you are ready, we can talk. The worst thing you can do right now is have this conversation groggily.
Well, in that case, let me just... Yeah! And she's just gonna do a terrible stretch. She's remembering Mr. Exchange from Bromsgrove, but will use her better judgment and not bring it up. Because that would be... That would be rude.
Racist.
I met one of yous once. That would be
Exchange.
not good. Yeah, exchange. Yeah,
What, you all don't know each other?
Racism. Weird.
Yeah, that'd be rough. But she did that once to Hubert way back in session 3. Poor Hubert.
Poor Hubert.
It's funny. His voice mod is still on.
Yeah.
So.
Boloros knows Hubert. He knows what it's like, man.
Poor Hubert. Yeah. But yeah, she'll stretch for a very long time, pop a couple of spinal discs, and eventually she'll just kind of like slap on the face, just, okay, I'm ready, lay it on me.
And he'll kind of look to the rest of you.
Yeah, Bianca just takes his feet. She's ready.
I think it is incredibly important.
And we'll just once again look over everybody. Everybody good? Are all the characters awake and listening?
Yes.
Suni gives a thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand due to the resonance and tone of my voice. Some of the students I've had over the years tend to find it the perfect combination to fall asleep to, so please try to keep your eyelids lifted, and please try your best to give me every bit of attention you have to spare. As I said, I am the headmaster of the School of Necromancy in the College of Hearthcrest. Just yesterday, a decision was made that impacts each person that calls this, well, everything their home. Something that, judging by the Forerunners, something that all of you are already aware of. The threat of the Dark One, is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Very well. Then this important is most information for all of you to hear. Due to the actions that all of you have suffered through, the path you've chosen to take, the path of the Forerunners and the path of the Wardens, you have set yourself in this way. And the College of Hearthcrest recognizes this. We also recognize the imminent threat of the Dark One. And so, we have dispatched many of our most talented mages and all of our headmasters to different corners of the world to try best to prepare for this attack, this final battle, whatever may come. We wish to be prepared for it when it happens. I understand that in the nation of Belaclara right now there is contention between that of the Old Kingdom and the investors of the new nation. However, I also am aware of strange connections the investors share with certain dark entities. Not enough evidence has been collected thus far to prove conclusive as to a connection to the Dark One, but it is bothersome to me. Enough to make me question if going to Belka is the right choice. I'm sure all of you care for these people, and I would hope that all of you would place the sanctity and the safety of the people of the material plane and all planes of existence before your own gain. So I ask you this. Being the experts in this area of the nation of Belaclara, I ask you, would my talents be better suited aiding you all here in the city of Maester? Or would it be better for the people should I go to Belka, to the seat of power of the nation?
Well, I guess it depends on what your talents are. Unless somebody else here already knows this guy, because I don't. Hello, new face.
Well, I think it's less about what they are and more will they be put to use. I agree with you, Headmaster. There are, I don't know of all the investors, but definitely of specific ones that we have seen at least interacting and assisting Dark Friends or having connections to the Dark One. So even though I don't know if necessarily the one in charge of Belka is necessarily associated, there's a high chance that people they're associated with is. We are actively fighting the Dark One. we are actively trying to liberate the kingdom from not just the curse of ice and darkness, but also the investors. Thank you for coming to us first, but if you, hopefully I speak on, in agreement with everyone else here, but we are taking an active role against the Dark One, and I'm not sure if you going to Belka would be a very active role for your skills.
I think that would be the question, though. If you were to go to Belka, and the investors there were found to be less than receptive to your help, and leaning perhaps towards more Dark One influence, would you be able to prevent anything, have any real power there?
Do you believe that the area in which we speak is safe? Not just physically, but cannot be permeated by magical means, whether by thought or by vision?
I don't think it is.
I don't.
Very well.
And you can see him for a moment. The sort of feathers all along the robes and golden piece that decorates his tusk, they just begin to slightly flutter a bit as there is this pale glow underneath his skin that discharges from him, this detonation of silky magic that just emanates slowly from him and forms a bubble around all of you.
It may not be physical safety. Anyone can walk in and out of this bubble, but for the time being, I and yourselves may speak freely, without anyone, even the Dark One, to hear us. You asked what my talents were, what my job here was to do. As I am headmaster of the School of Necromancy, undead is where my specialty is. How to create them, how to dispel them, how to destroy the magic from within. I, above all else, believe in the preservation of the cycle of life and death. Some confuse me to be a cleric. That is not true. I worship the Raven Queen, I do. But should I will it, I could create a legion of undead unparalleled to what any nation has seen in a long, long, long time. But that is not what I want. It is never what I wanted. What I want to do is I want to protect those that have lost their lives. Keep them in the ground, safe, protected. It is not just the dead that I care to protect, but the living as well. The reason I take these measures is I have been sent from the college with materials. Materials that I can use to protect one city. Should something disastrous happen, should an attack be made, within this nation, I can protect one place. I can keep it safe. Should I die, the wards fall, but I am very, very, very hard to kill. If you believe this place is worth protecting, then I will protect it. But if you believe Belka is the better choice, I will protect it. Or if you have another location in mind entirely, I will do that.
Then the wards would be against a attacking force. Yes, not something that would be, I suppose, coming more internally?
It is experimental magic, but myself and the other headmasters believe it will prevent the entry of energy and entities that are connected to the Dark One. Shadowspawn, the Forsaken, and we even believe that it would prevent the entrance of those that have sworn themselves to the Dark One. All manner of dark friends. If they're already inside the city, we do not believe it will stop them. But it will stop entrance once the ward is lifted and has been created. So you see as to why now this is a very sensitive proposition.
I don't know much about Belka. I can leave that to the others, but I think my vote would be for here. I mean, for one, Trouble's been right on our ass since day one. Keeping stuff from following us is probably good. For two, I think it can help us sort out what's going on in the city without other trouble showing up. This Draven guy being one of them. Another one of the 13 being another possibility.
So you have already had interaction with these Forsaken?
We killed one.
You did?
Yes.
On Voth.
You can see immediately he stops talking to all of you. He twists a few more. A few of the raven feathers begin to flicker a bit, and one part, especially near his face and ear, begins to glow with that white magical energy as he speaks.
The group of adventurers within Belclara have destroyed one of the Forsaken. Anvoth Moonfall is dead.
And he returns to his conversation with all of you.
I would also like to posit, though, I think we're here. Anything that tries coming into this city, corrupting it, we'll be here to respond to it. And I think our powers should hopefully be enough to ward anything, get rid of anything that would try to harm Maester. Hopefully it surrounds us well if we're able to get to it. But Belka's far away from any of this. If something happens there, we will never be able to reach it in time. I feel that's almost guaranteed. And we don't know what the situation is there, but they're alone. If this city is at least able to ward from anything more happening there, I wouldn't be surprised if there's already dark friends there already. I think that could also be very worth doing.
Well, the big difference between Belka and here is Belka is not being actively attacked, and Belka has money for if it would be. It's prepared. It's the wealthiest city in Belclara.
And that's why I'd be attacked.
But
The Darkon would focus important cities of influence. If
right,
not physical, but also coercive.
I'm not saying it wouldn't be focused. What I am saying is this place is falling apart. And we have an active battle that we need to solve now. If we could protect the city, all the guards that are doing the protecting of the city can focus their energy on going out. That would give us just a lot more support in actually being able to take the keep and solve that problem. Because right now we're working with half an army so that these demons don't even get in. I don't think we should forget about Belclara or Belka, but I think right now I'm really worried of Maester turning into another Periton. We don't need this place to fall apart and the hope of the other one not getting attacked. This one is being attacked.
Suni? Ajax?
My only thought that hasn't been said is that last time we were in Belka, we were getting shot at by a dark friend, a very powerful one, and if these wards don't protect from things already inside of it, would it be worth putting it on top of a city that we know already has somebody like that walking around the streets?
Well, that was Bromsgrove.
Oh, that was Bromsgrove. Oh God, look at me, I'm a dumbass. My
No, you're good. There's a lot of B
Yeah,
words,
a
and
lot
it's
of
all in the
cities.
central salamander.
Yes. Okay.
We
They're
haven't
also
only
both
We
big
haven't
port
been-
cities.
Yes. We've
Yes.
not been to Belka yet. We have been to Bella Clara, right?
Bromsgrove.
Oh my God. Jesus. Okay. No, Suni
It's
out.
two BBs.
I'd like to blame Evan and Felicity for your problems.
Yeah, we did make a lot of B. Yep, we made the problem.
But you also made a
Um,
Bianca,
that was
so.
fairly in
It
character.
is, yeah.
Suni doesn't know any of these fucking names.
Yeah, we tried, and then we corrected, and then Suni said
Keothi will
Suni out.
go. He does make a good point, though. It doesn't stop entities that are already there. And I think that's something valid to consider.
They're already in Belka.
You know that?
Dark friends killed my friend. I was cast out by the investors, trying to cover up the killing. Dark friends are in Belka. To the extent I do not know. Yes, Belka would be a great place for the Dark One to attack. But he wouldn't have to attack it. They've already taken over politically. I do not know the extent to which the investors and the dark friends that are there have made their way into the politics in the various networks within that city. But they are there. As for Maester, you mentioned that we would be able to fight off the ones that came here. That is true. However, if they keep sending them, we will never make it beyond these walls and taking care of the real problem. If we had your help here, we could make great progress in our fight. If we do not have your help here, and we fail, you're able to save Belka. Tactically, having you here would be the best. Your army of undead that you said you could create.
I want to be very clear that something like that is a last stand option. I'm primarily here to maintain the ward and to prevent such destruction from befalling this city. I am a very powerful wizard, as I said, but I am also a follower of the Raven Queen. Unless she allows me to, I will never pervert that cycle. Although I have the ability to.
I'm a Valkyrie of the Raven Queen. So I understand preserving the cycle, honoring what it is and the purpose death has. However, I have communed with the dead of this land, And though I'm not saying we should plan on it by any means, I think a last kind of effort, last stand, I think that's totally reasonable. But these spirits are very active. I think if they were offered a second chance to free their land and their ancestors of this curse, they would take it. Even want it. They're not at peace here. I'm sure you can feel it.
I can feel what you say just in the small time I have been here. But you know that for a fact, then?
I'm sorry, Joe. Could you say that again? My brain shut off.
No, that's okay. You had just made a comment about how the spirits are restless, and he
Yes.
said...
It was something I noticed upon my arrival here, but you know this for a fact.
Yes. I can... And Joe, how often... Is it still like she can... Because I know she has the eye now and kind of like the vision, and I know it used to be that she saw them all the time. Is that still lingering?
Strangely, here it's not as common. Every once in a while, you may see spirits lingering near the edges, but you kind of presume that the reason why there aren't nearly as many souls here is it seems as though either A, people left before they could die, and if they died, something is potentially consuming those souls, so there's nothing lingering anymore. As opposed to Reachka and Periton, there were many more souls there, but this close to Damaris Keep, it seems as though it's not nearly as populated.
Okay, so she'll explain that. I won't reiterate it since you just said it, but she'll say that to him. But finishing with that, she'll say, when I was seeing all those souls back in Reachka and Periton, they really were rejecting me for being a Damaris. They wanted me to prove that I was going to do something about it. They're active. They're not resting. I think the Raven Queen almost connected with me. I think it all fell together because this land has not been able to move on to rest.
Very well. So then, I suppose the question still stands. You all... Where do I go?
I do have a question. If you were to stay here, if you were to stay here and protect the city, which would allow us to go beyond the walls and start actually fighting. If we succeed, would you be able to move to other cities, or could the ward, or is the ward immobile at that point?
It is experimental. This is magic that was modified from existing spells in a short duration. The limitations and modifications of such spells is unknown to myself and the other headmasters. It's something that could be attempted, but with varying degrees of success. The primary issue is, well, the material components that it costs to create it. It's not just in gold and platinum. but in a very specific material called rhyonite. A great deal of it must be consumed in order to create the ward, and it is a limited and scarce resource in the world. I have been given a great deal to create the ward, but in order to dismantle this one and move it, I would need to procure that rhyonite, again, in equal amount. Around 15 pounds worth.
Rhyonite, that's the stuff that makes the metal people able to move, right? Warforge?
Correct. Most only know it for that, but its alternative uses is to enhance a spellcaster's ability to use their magic, much beyond the realm of normal possibilities, regardless of how talented said mage may be. In fact, it has even been known to augment a caster's, or even a regular person's, skills and talents. Should I consume the right crystals, having never picked up a sword before in my life, I would be able to pick it up and wield it as good as any champion that has ever graced the colosseums that exist in Thrall.
What's the trade-off?
Most of the time, madness. In worse situations, you turn into a husk of your former self, craved, addicted to the substance. A mindless thrall. Many times before it's been used to create dangerous armies. Under the college's guise, though, it is only ever used in very specific and safe circumstances. I suppose this on the outlier due to the nature of everything.
Do we have any information of any other attacks? Or possible attack
There
in the
is...
continent?
In Eridane, no. There is stirrings of a group of individuals from a particular house by that of Markle, which we believe, thanks to the Forerunner's information, is connected to, as embarrassing as it is to say, an individual who was at one point in time a professor at the college. We believe that this individual in particular served as the architect of House Markle, a professor at the College of Hearthcrest, corrupting the minds of the youth, and on top of that, also one of the Forsaken.
And where is that?
That is in Iverion, just south of here. Other than that, we have heard nothing more in Eridane. There are very strong stirrings in Afera that seemingly have been dealt with by the wardens, but there are also issues arising in Calderas, specifically near Cartasia and Odero, that of swarms of locusts that we believe to be connected to Ahriman.
Is there a map? Like a big map?
It's over there.
Yeah, homie, I got you.
This map. This is Eridane. It's
Oh, yeah,
There?
okay, cool. Yeah, right here, okay.
like
Let me
Sarah?
just grab this, okay.
Toggle.
I can like see it.
Activate.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Oh, these are the. Oh, that's so funny. These are the paths that all of the
oh fuck.
people have taken.
Okay, so there's
Oh,
Iverion.
nice.
Where?
Calderas is this
Okay,
entire
so-
content. So in this area right here. Oh wait, you can't see that. So in between Cartasia and Odero, near the Seraph.
Down here. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we?
You guys
We
are.
are over
Boop.
here.
Yeah.
You're right next to
Here?
the Salamander Coast title.
Hey. And he said that there's things going on in Iverion.
Yeah.
Down.
Buried time happened over here 50 years ago. Just-
And the house, yeah, it's down here. Somewhere.
Okay. And so we're number 1, right? Over here?
Yeah, you're right by the number 1.
So the only things that he's talking about that could be problems is very south of us.
Yeah.
And across the entire ocean.
The
Which,
other
I mean,
end of
not
the
to be
world.
real fucking meta, but like, Araman is coming to Eridane as well, isn't he?
I mean, all of the 13, we know, we have knowledge, it's not meta knowledge, that they can travel through the in-between, and they can be anywhere, basically.
It's the upside
Um,
down.
The upside down, whatever the heck, yeah. So the 13 can be, but we know this, like, they can be anywhere whenever they want.
Where's Belka?
Belka on the mace, no.
I mean, it's
Like,
hard.
roughly there-ish, right?
It's like
Yeah.
down there. Okay.
Yeah,
Big
yeah,
old
that-
label
Okay.
over
So
it.
like,
here, let me
I mean,
pull
if
up.
we're talking about, I feel like maybe we could have this conversation about where to put Mr. Necromancer. Ajax is going to definitely be for he should stay with us if that is the positioning of everything. Like Belka is closer to us. Yeah. So if we fail, this entire like place is gonna be destroyed by the frost,
Mhm.
right? So I don't think putting him in Belka is gonna really do anything, because if we fail, then he'll save Belka, but that's it.
Yeah, I'm for Maester so that we can protect the people here and like start to build up. And then once, we solve the problem with the ice, we can move on to whatever is like next important, whether that be something with the Dark One leading somewhere else or Belka or wherever.
Plus,
That's what I'm thinking.
if he's here, it allows us to start going about whatever plan we make at the war table and actually leaving Maester to go do stuff, because we'll know that the city can't be really destroyed while he's there.
And if we want, we can always like Ryanite does exist. Like it's rare, but if we needed to, we could try and find
There
some.
you go.
On a run
There you go.
quest.
Yeah.
Yep. All right,
We have
dude.
more friends.
All right, dude. We
really
did all this.
want him to be able to make a second one at some point. We can side quest to some far off land.
Or
But I'll also
just
ask, is the implication that he's the only one that's going to be able to use this ward, or do other professors also have the ability and they've just like scattered off to other places where it's irrelevant for us?
The latter. Yeah, so there are 9 professors that are going all over the world to different cities and different continents and different countries, where the college has deemed it is most advantageous for those places not to fall.
Okay. So we just need to worry about here as well. Is the
Correct.
thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, he was sent to us where we are currently. So they obviously think that this is one of the places that should not fall.
So, yeah, really the option is between Maester and Belka.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about anything else outside of Belka.
Was the other
What's-
thing,
Or Belaclara,
and I
sorry.
think, right, and the other thing, which I don't think this is meta knowledge, but maybe it is because I know Joe, you told me this. The keep is like a city
Correct.
in there. So once we get the keep and we start to build up, we can have a lot of tools to our advantage anyway if we needed to go up against Belka for any reason.
Enhance. I'll zoom in again.
So
Feels like CSI Miami right now.
I'm more in the camp of let's not spread ourselves too thin and build up what we've got going for us and then spread out over time.
Yeah, plus you're gonna be the queen of the whole area, so yeah, we need to start here and go out.
Spread.
There you go.
So Maester then?
I think that'd
That's
be my
my
vote.
thoughts.
I could
I
see
just-
both, but I think that's my vote.
Yeah, sorry for going out of character, but I feel like we would have definitely talked about this for the next
No,
hour
I'm
and a half.
down.
Right. Wonderful. So, after a little bit more delegation, eventually you do decide on Maester, and he responds.
Very well. In the morning, I will begin the construction of the ward. And should you procure the Ryanite, I can move the ward at the destruction of this one. Now keep in mind, I cannot maintain 2 wards. And when I am warding, my magical powers will be limited to a degree, as this will procure my concentration almost indefinitely.
So, unless I wasn't clear, meta-wise, he will be able to cast no concentration spells at all as soon as he constructs the ward. He's just done. There's nothing he can do at that
Is
point.
his Legion of Skeletons concentration?
The ones he says he
Don't
doesn't
try
want
to
to
get
make.
the guy's Legion. Yeah, that's so
Dude,
mean. He doesn't
just-
want to do it. Don't make
Yeah,
him
but just
do
imagine if we
it.
had a Legion of fucking undead to go take the goddamn keep. That'd be
That's
so
not
cool.
ethical.
I don't care.
We'll be fine because now everyone protecting the city, we're getting the numbers, putting them in different places. You know, it's like a great.
All
Why
I'm
don't we just
saying is,
take the guard from Maester and push it somewhere
Somewhere
else?
else, exactly.
Now, keep
so
in
no
mind,
Legion of Undead.
no Legion
No
of
Legion of
Undead.
Undead.
God damn it!
As an added bonus for all of you, just so all of you are aware, as you've been here, the demonic ice creatures still appear like every hour, just randomly in places. This would prevent them from being able to appear within the city. It would cut off communication.
I also had an extra question that's kind of related to that.
True.
The whole frost effect then on the city, because that's coming from the keep.
Mhm.
Would that make the
Will that
city
dissipate?
unfrosty?
Maybe. Bularolos would say,
This I am unsure about, but if it is a
Where's the little
magical effect permeating from elsewhere, it would not be able to penetrate the barrier. So this city could see some return to normalcy once the barrier is finished constructing within a week or so.
That would
Pretty
also.
cash money.
Yeah, it'd be on our side
Talking
too when
in
we go talk to him.
character? And I
Dude.
imagine Carasilla said that in character.
Yo, that's
Oh,
kinda
cash
now.
money.
Cash money.
I could
That's
cash money
Cash
right.
money indeed.
So
That's
Bianca would
sweet.
say,
What is money?
what? Anyway,
Money is still a concept that exists within this world.
I meant to say cash.
Yo, you the mod.
He
Oh,
just
Jesus.
he didn't realize money.
I'm sure that laughter was cracked.
Oh yeah.
That was fantastic. Ajax
Go
just
back
doesn't know
and
what money
listen.
is. That's okay. It's okay. He's
We'll
only like
re-educate him
doing all
later.
the shit. He just didn't know what money
Cecily-
was.
I'm not a dumb
People just
barbarian, I swear.
Raking around little bits of gold and he doesn't even know what the fuck it is.
Cecily also has a question.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever said.
So, basically, is Bolero if combat breaks out and he has to help,
Mhm.
what level is he?
He can cast hella fireballs.
I'm just curious, you know. And is he support or is he offense or like what what does he do?
So primarily necromancy, like I said. So the modification and transformation of life
Disintegrate.
within that cycle. So you would believe that he would have all necromancy spells. Being a wizard, he's prepared all of that. But he is also headmaster of the college, so he's expected to have items at his disposal to help with almost any situation. So he can be offensive, defensive, protective. He can do that if he has a day's notice, because he can just shift out his spells. And he is also an 18th level wizard.
Damn.
Spicy.
So they're like
He's
they're
for
like
sure got
pro
power word kill.
athletes.
Yeah.
It's like my specialty is basketball, but I could beat you in basically anything.
Yeah. The thing is, though, he does handicap himself by casting that spell. So any of those higher tier spells, let me double check what I have written here.
Bro, fuck the ward. Bring him with us. Get the Legion of Undead. Fucking power word.
Not with the Legion of Undead. Jesus Christ.
The thing is,
The
though,
snow will go
he-
away when she's dead.
he will not be able to use anything above 4th level after the ward has been cast, though.
Nah, fuck
That's
the
right.
ward.
We want to keep
Bring
him
with us.
protected here, probably then.
Just because, like, every day he has to go to each one of the sigils and be like, okay, magic,
Yeah.
magic.
All right. The thing Bianca was gonna say is
Please tell me this isn't about a Legion of Undead.
no, it is not. It's about the war
Mine
table.
is.
Jesus, I know. All right. Bianca would say, well, that solves some of our war table options as well. If we don't have to worry about the cold, we don't have to worry about bringing more heat in. So that does start to narrow things down and make certain other things more of a priority. I think it just helps keep us from spreading as thin as we thought we had to.
Well, that is very good then. I'm happy that this will be able to help you in your current endeavors.
Do we all feel good?
I do.
How about this? Yeah.
Ursula?
We will have to let the people know what is going on. No offense, but if they see a very powerful spellcaster walking around creating glyphs, they'll start talking and probably be worried.
We can
there will
announce
be
it.
there'll be a meeting with everyone tomorrow anyways.
Yeah, well, you mention it. I feel like, however they take the choices we make, this will be some good press. Might smooth things over with our, whole crime rap thing.
I very much hope so. I would like to say, unless any of you have any more questions for me, my final question to all of you is, you said there is a meeting tomorrow. Is this something you would like me to be present at?
That would be great.
Very well.
Yeah. Bianca, this is someone you want to be standing next to. Good first impression. As your master builder.
Thank you.
Building
Agreed.
relations, the most important type.
Very good. When you are ready, whenever you know what time and where, let me know and I will meet you there.
Also, just a quick question. The Baijan dagger, was that necromancy? Because I'm thinking if he's able to give any insight there, now would kind of have to be the time if he's going to start warding shit.
You're right.
Was it necromancy? I feel
It
like
was, yeah.
This is the
Wow.
guy who made it.
With Carasilla
Well-
eyeing Bianca, Bianca will be like, I've read your mind, and pull out the dagger and explain. Sorry, I'm making it brief, but talk, explain. This is the dagger, this is what happened. What can you do about it?
Interesting. May I see the dagger?
Yes, we haven't touched it with our hands yet, so be careful. Maybe it's fine, we just don't know.
Very well.
How are we handing it to him? We just like scooting it?
No, he'll-
Wrapped in
he'll
the
cast-
scarf.
Cloth,
He'll
just-
cast
Throw
Mage
it at
Hand.
him.
Mage Hand will sort of pick it up and float it
We
towards
haven't
him.
touched this yet. Just-
And you'll see him cast several different spells, detect magic, identify the whole gauntlet of identification
Summon
magic.
undead.
so he knows divination as well.
Very interesting. You are right, this dagger does have a basis in necromancy. A summoning ritual. Not for physical undead. something spectral, but not from an individual that is passed on and their spirit left over. This necromancy is pulled from a source of decay and rot. From the Dark One himself. Interesting. That shadow still lingers. It is still present. And I believe to a degree it may always be. However, the magical complications of it. This dagger can be imbued with magical energy. Say, something like, most wizards, sorcerers, warlocks, mages, when they begin to learn their magic, most learn some type of, basic, combative force like firebolt. Spells of moderate power can be imbued in this dagger to enhance its strike. There have been similar items that have been created and are commonplace. A ring of spell storing is, I believe, the most common one. This dagger can be stored with magical energy that is expended upon contact. I'm assuming when this dagger hit you, it packed quite a punch then.
Say that?
Very well. With a powerful enough cleric, I believe, something could be done about the essence of darkness and necromancy that remains, while still maintaining and preserving the magical power. But I myself, I don't think would be able to remove this, as I do have spells such as Dispel Magic. I believe it would do more harm than good for the other magical enchantments. You would need someone who has the ability to banish evil and shadow, not all magic altogether.
And the other issue we have is that it seems like some of that evil and shadow is still residing with Carasilla. Would the process be the same to remove it from the dagger and from her?
And you see him kind of shift uncomfortably.
You said that it has been imbued within her?
Still remains from where I was stabbed.
This is unknown territory for me. If you would give me an opportunity to think more on it, perhaps recall information to the best of my ability. It's not something I have prepared today, but I could prepare it for tomorrow, and hopefully have more information to you. I would just recommend caution. Whenever darkness begins to encroach, it may try to manipulate or deceive. Be mindful. But as of right now, I do not know.
I'd appreciate any further information you may be able to share.
I will think more on it tomorrow. And if I learn anything, I will share it with you.
Did you mention if the dagger is safe to touch or if it is, like, dangerous to, like, touch without it being wrapped in something?
You can see... Excuse me. You can see as the mage hand floats closer to him. Upon further inspection, he does grab onto it with his bare hands and sort of moves it around. inspecting it physically, and says,
The dagger is seemingly safe to hold and touch. Once the connection to the Baijan is severed, there is no danger in holding it. However, as I said, it could still be dangerous with that darkness invested in it. So feel free to use it how you see fit, but know that there is a shadow that lingers over you.
and he'll put the blade in his hand and kind of hand with the handle side back to you, Bianca.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just put it in her belt or whatever she has.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Definitely the most pleasant evening visit. You have provided a lot of knowledge and assistance to us. Thank you.
Of course, I do apologize once again for interrupting your sleep, but it was a most pleasant conversation. Should I learn anything more about your situation, or that I believe could be directly helpful to all of you, I will gladly share it. But in the meantime, I think it would be best to allow all of you to get back to your sleep, as I, myself, would like to do a fair bit of resting before I begin constructing the wards tomorrow.
You can see with that, he will nod and wait to see if any of you have any more questions.
Nah, Cecily's all tuckered out.
You can see he looks to Ajax and kind of squints a little bit. And he stops staring at Ajax. And he moves on.
Wait, why did he squint and look at Ajax?
You just
Make
kind
an
of seem
insight
like the person that would want me to create an army of undead, don't you?
That sounds very unethical. No, of course not.
Oh yeah, okay, sure, bud.
Anyway,
Wow.
Perfect.
anyway,
That's so funny.
as we snap back to reality, he will then, should have nobody have anything else, he will head out.
There goes gravity.
Well,
He casts reverse gravity and he walks out on the
oh
ceiling.
my god. Bianca will go,
Albert.
oh, Ajax, Fedorov wanted to talk to you. He apologizes for being late, but he had a lot going on today.
Ajax
Might be
looks over
still
at
napping
Fedorov
outside,
sleeping.
though.
Yes.
Is he not inside? I thought he was inside.
No,
sleeping.
he went to
I
a
thought he
chair
went
outside
outside,
of the
yeah.
room.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're horrible people. Dude, he's dead. He's
He's fine.
It's fine. Look, he's
He's
outside
fine.
sleeping.
Yeah, as Ajax, you peek open the door, his like helmet has dropped onto the ground as he's just like, he looks dead. He looks
Ajax stares
Oh,
at his
bugger.
chest for a minute.
You see him breathe.
Well, he's alive.
There's also 4 guards outside, so he's
Jesus Christ! There's just 4 guards standing outside in the cold.
no. You're
No,
in the
she's outside
lodge.
the room.
Oh, I thought that our door led outside. Like we were in.
That's
No,
a whole ass
no.
lodge, mate.
No, yeah, your room is interconnected to like a long hallway. It's okay. It's been a minute.
Okay, you absolute fool.
I don't know what money is.
I don't know what the room we look like is. I don't know, man.
What the hell even is that?
What in the hell is even that?
Daddy chill.
Daddy, chill. Okay, so
I love that video.
it's my favorite. So
I
What the hell
thought.
is even that?
I don't know what I thought actually. It's just don't
So
worry
you
about
thought wrong. He's outside, inside.
it.
He's outside, inside.
Alright.
Wow. We're all so smart.
all right. So
I
he's
really
okay.
don't want to talk to him right now. It's
Oh, wrong one.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I mean, in fairness, it seems that he does need his rest as well. Maybe it could be something that happened first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't-
presumably he'll still be right there.
All right.
Okay. So at that point, Bularolos has already left the room. He has exited, heavy footfalls, door shuts behind him, and all of you are left alone to your own devices and may return to your washes unless there's anything else you wanted to talk about before you all return to sleep.
Well, Ajax and Suni, who is now asleep, it's now at their watch.
All right. Suni just looks at you and looks down at the ground.
Should we like pretend that Cecily and Carosella were doing the second one, or are we gonna really commit?
No, we already said it.
Oh, looks like we're not doing that either.
Well, Bianca and Carousel already had theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had ours.
Yeah, and it's fine. Ajax is just sitting there, looks back at Suni again, goes to say something, stops himself. He starts sharpening his spear, but it's a little too loud, so he stops.
That was probably a good call.
And then he just stares at the ground the whole time for 5 hours.
It's like 2.5, but okay.
That's
Alrighty.
intense.
So
Eventually figure out how to meditate.
so you and Toonie, you and Suni have 2 hours of anxiety-inducing silence.
I think at some point Ajax does ask Paylor for intelligence, just because he's big dumb. So that's all. That's it.
Just like the crickets in your head, there's no answer. It's just,
Yeah,
it's just.
yeah.
All right.
This is the most awkward thing I've ever done in D&D.
Hey, never mind. All right, and with that, your watch passes.
Jesus.
Ajax and Suni go to bed. Cecily and Keothi wake up.
Okay. All right. Should I roll?
Yep, go ahead and make
die?
a perception check.
Boom. Read it and weep, bitch. That's an 8.
Kathy rolled a 12. So you can see as you start your watch, Keothi every once in a while sort of looks towards Bianca and then looks back towards the door and looks towards Carosilla. You can see that Keothi is kind of looking from person to person and just has a general air of worry to them right now.
Keothi, I think we're good. I think it was the not being on watch that did it last time.
Maybe. No, you're probably right.
So, I don't know that you want to talk about it, but what are we on, 5 days back? How's it been?
Well, I think you, out of anybody else, would understand. The most, at least.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I don't know how you felt, but I'm happy to be back. I am. To see the faces of the people I care about most. Even if right now they're struck with sorrow, grief, and pain. I get to see their faces at least. But something just feels off, wrong. I feel like a puzzle piece that's jammed into the wrong place.
Yeah.
What about you? How did you feel?
Well, it's hard not to feel guilty. And just picture everybody that didn't get the chance, you know? It's harder to fight, too. I mean, dark friends are dark friends, I guess, but for a while there, it didn't really matter to me who was in our way. Now I know where I'm sending them, even if they're not on our side. And it's a lot harder to do. I think it got better, though. I don't know exactly when, but little things just seem better now.
Hmm.
Food tastes extra good. Conversations they don't annoy me as much. I try to cling on to everything now. Make sure it doesn't slip away like the last one.
Well, that at least gives me a little bit of hope that it'll get easier as time goes on.
You were someone that had a lot of purpose in your first life. I didn't. So for me, coming back was like a chance to find one. Maybe you feel out of place because now your purpose has to be a little different.
Yes. But at the end of the day, I don't know how different it is. Before everything, it was keep all of you safe. I feel like it might still be the same thing, but it's just more complicated now. But you're right. I know it. Just for some reason, it's so hard to convince myself that you are.
Yeah, I don't buy myself a lot of time either anymore.
I'm at least happy that I get to have moments like these. If nothing else. And you see her, she kind of takes a deep breath and sighs. And just takes a moment to gaze into the fire, but she didn't say anything after that.
Yeah, Cecily will probably wait out most of the night as well, the rest of the watch. There's, there's not too much to say with words, but eventually a thought will kind of occur to her. I just thought of something. Do you happen to know Primordial?
I do. She says with a smile.
So you know how I just kind of find out that I can do things?
Mm-hmm.
Well, between your chances here, I kind of stumbled upon it listening to the wind one day. I don't know what it says. Maybe it's an old blood thing. Maybe it's that little bit of giant that's in little old me. Anyway, I don't know how to have a conversation in this language. It kind of just seems like vibes more than anything. Kind of seems like a weird performance more than a conversation, but
You wouldn't believe how right you are. Vibes, I suppose, is the best way to put it. You see, the wind doesn't have intent behind it. The wind doesn't lash at you because it's angry. The boulders don't tumble down the mountainside because they wish to descend from their heights. Fire doesn't burn because it wishes to destroy. The elements just happen. Elowin, Estitia, they don't control them. They try their best to speak for them, to represent them and what they mean. So when you speak, Orin, or the wind of Primordial, it's not about what you're actually saying or the noises you're actually making. It is the intent behind what you try to say. Like when I think about this group and the way I feel. You can see she breathes in deeply, and as she exhales, there is this sound that emanates from her mouth that is entirely inhuman. The sound of rustling leaves on a cool autumn day, that very, very low and slow breath of wind. Peaceful, soft, serene. And it's something that is so incredibly clear for you, Cecily, but you would feel like for somebody that doesn't know what she's saying, it just sounds like she's just breathing. It's subtle.
And she will reply. She won't open her mouth, but she'll sort of just place her fingertips together meditatively, and you'll see almost like paper plane gusts kind of dancing around her outfit, moving her hair about.
There you go. Now you've got it.
Yeah, you get that?
Mm-hmm.
Get what I was thinking of?
I think so, yes.
Well, no point in talking about it with words, right?
Exactly.
So, wait. I know the windy one. You're telling me there's 3 others?
Mm-hmm. For water, for fire, and for earth.
Oh. Is that what Poe meant way back at the end of time when he said he speaks old and rocky? I've been trying to figure out what the fuck he was talking about for a long time.
Well, between you and me, I think Poe may be... I think maybe he was making things up just a bit. Trying to impress a girl he liked, maybe. If that's how he was trying to do it, I don't know if he was doing it the right way, but he did what he thought was right.
I was trying to impress the wrong girl. I didn't fucking get it.
Poe is a water genasi, so I don't know if he speaks primordial in that way, but maybe he does. But he never chose to have a conversation with me about it, so I don't know.
But, like, if he speaks the watery one, and I speak the windy one, can we fill in the gaps in between? How's that work?
I mean, as you said, it is vibes, so maybe. If he's listening for the wind and you're listening for the crash of the wave, as long as you're listening, I think you'll hear what he's trying to say. And Cecily, at that moment, there is this feeling, this vibe you get in your head. Initially, it feels like a crashing wave, but morphs into words. Distorted at first, like someone trying to speak underwater, but clarifies. And you hear a voice, one that you haven't heard in a while. And Joe apologizes if this isn't exactly what I said a million years ago. Just gonna play it by ear. But you hear Poe's voice as he says, "Hey, it's Poe. Probably didn't need to say that. You probably guessed it." There's a pause of like an, oh shit, that was already a lot of words. I just want you to know I'm with the Forerunners. I'm here. I miss you. And I can't wait to see you again.
So Cecily's gonna receive that, like in the second.
Oh, and also I miss
after.
everyone else too. Definitely a bit of an afterthought.
Yeah, she's like, Keo, I think, and then gets the last part. Like it's buffeting her. Like, Keo, that was really fast. I just got something. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. She's gonna...
Take your time. Keo's confused.
Like, just not ready at all. And she will send back, "Hi. Been a bit. Lots has changed, but I'm still here too. We're in a cold town, fighting demons and shit. Same shit, different day. Please stay safe. That was 25.
So, you can tell that Poe's essence in this world isn't all the way established. As you know, that he is just like a weed in time, like he said before, afraid of being clipped and pruned from this garden. But you can feel that the message is successfully returned. You're not sure when he'll get it, as you can feel the message you received was delayed slightly. Time. But you do feel as though the message is transferred successfully. He does receive it. It's just a matter of time as to when he will.
That was... Kyo, did you know that was gonna happen? Because that was some real fucking timing right there.
Oh. Huh.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I honest to gods, I didn't. But it makes sense to a degree. It's like, a dam or a threshold. All it takes is one small crack, and those thoughts, those messages that have been building up behind a wall, they flood in. I'm sure he's been thinking about you a lot, and I guess all it took was for you to think of him. I know it might not feel strange at this point. But for something like that to happen, I hope you understand the two of you have something very special. For words and messages to be transferred through time and space, it's rather romantic, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. I don't... She's gonna kind of just... I'm glad Felicity's having
Yeah,
a
it's
good
like
time.
you could see Bianca kind of like kicking in her sleep.
But Cecily's just gonna kind of like bury, just like dress over face, just like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do, Kyo. You know how much shit has happened since the last time we spoke? I have actually died. What if whatever he thinks is just not who either of us are anymore? I'm busy sitting in meetings, talking to politicians. What the fuck? Whoever thought I'd be doing that?
Cecily, can I be very honest with you in this moment right now?
Is it gonna hurt?
I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
You have grown so much since when I first met you in Rose Fisher's home. You have become an incredibly powerful sorcerer. You have grown and matured in ways that I never thought would have been possible for you. And I mean that in the most kind and sincere way. But you are still very much that same girl that I met. I mean, just from that sentence you just said about sitting in meetings, it is incredibly apparent to me that whatever he may care for, it's still there. It is. And he'd be a fool to not see it.
And she's like, she's pale enough that her skin betrays her. She's very red.
Yeah.
But she'll just kind of turn away and just like, yeah, okay, good talk about languages.
If you ever want lessons, maybe if speaking Aquan is something you'd like to do in the future, just let me know. That's the water one, by the way, just in case you didn't know.
Aqua. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's the wind one?
Orin, I think. Joe says.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, like oral.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she just kind of squints like, oh, that doesn't sound like air. Oh well.
And with that, eventually the night's watches come to an end as all of you eventually awake with the sun rising, ready for a busy day. A meeting with the people, the deliberation of the events of the war table, and a conversation about the guards, their positioning, the patrols that Ajax must have with Captain Fedorov. On that note, however, we are going to take a quick break, very briefly, and we will handle those three things before the session is over. War table today.
War table. forward.
Alrighty, and we are back.
It's a weird meal, I know.
So welcome back. We're going to go ahead and dive right back in. Our group of adventurers have not even left the room that they were in when the session first started.
It'd be like 12 hours.
They were
This is
visited
just reality.
in the middle of the night by a headmaster from the College of Hearthcrest, that being Headmaster Bularolos, a Loxodon and the headmaster of the School of Necromancy. He gave them a plethora of information in regards to the deliberations of the Chantry of Academia, something that the players had seen last week, but the characters did not know about. So we'll also say, for the sake of brevity, that Bularolos, he debriefed you on everything that was talked about, so now all of the information that you as players have, your characters have as well. So there's that. What also happened is our characters continued on their watches. Bianca and Carasilla having talked about the struggle with leadership and decision making and what people want and what's best for them. Ajax and Suni having been on their watch. Both of them were extremely quiet, and it was very awkward as nobody really said anything to each other in that moment. And I'm sure that the next time they watch together, they might be a little more talkative. So after that, we had our watch with Cecily and Keothi. The two of them discussed that feeling of life after death, right? When you are revived, how does that weigh you down? And also of love and strong feelings that individuals share with one another. The biggest thing to note, though, is that Cecily received a message from one Powassa and Noah. A message of care and genuine feeling. Cecily responded in a very similarly clumsy way, but those feelings were still present and reciprocated. Poe received the message, and we'll just have to see if there is any type of response from that. So, as the watches come to a close, the sun begins to rise. Our party members wake, and there are 3 important things that need to be done on this day. 1, Ajax needs to speak with Captain Fedorov about the guards and their positioning and everything going on within the city. 2, the party will need to present to the people of Maester their deliberation on the 3 criminal cases that have been brought before them and what to do with Dravenhunt. That was the 4th thing, right?
Well, the
What to do with the
loyalists,
loyalists.
right?
The loyalists, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Ooh. And then
Well,
finally...
my mic was off because I knew the sneeze was coming, but then I tried to answer your question.
It's okay. I was blaming on me.
Okay.
And then finally, the party will also be presenting Headmaster Bularolos and what he will be doing for the city, establishing that protective ward in an effort to keep the people safe. So, once that is completed, the party will finally be able to do their most important task, which is delegating the troops that are available to the party and sending them off on various missions to help provide materials, resources, time, and advantages to the people and forces of Maester, so that when they march on Damara's Keep, they can take it back as easily and as successfully as possible. So, as all of you awake, you prepare yourselves for the day that is ahead of you, and there is a knock on the door this early morning, as you can hear Captain Fedorov say, "Is it all right if I come in?"
Cecily will wave and then realize he can't see them. Yes?
Thank you. And he'll open the door. Shut it behind him. All right. Good morning. Sorry about last night. I was apparently a lot more tired than I had originally thought I was. All of you have a busy day today ahead of you, but if I could borrow maybe an hour of your time, Ajax, I would appreciate it.
Of course. I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, let's go. Okie. So he will take you, and he will just begin walking out of the lodge into the cold, and eventually to spot number 4 here on the map. I hit the wrong thing in Legend Keeper. Where is it?
He sings while we're walking.
The yard. There you
go.
You and Fedorov make it to the yard. You can see this is a large training facility that accommodates hundreds of soldiers to begin their training regiments for the morning, and most of them hard at work this early on. You can see there is a building dead center of the lodge that you and Fedorov walk into. He opens the door for you. As you walk in, you're hit with a breath of warm air. There are several tables with different maps and sketches of the cities. You can see several different sewer system plans, as well as equipment, armor, weapons that go on about as far as the eye can see within this room. Most of the city's weapons for the guards, armor, cloaks, things like that are kept under lock and key in here by Fedorov. So as you enter, you walk over towards a collection of 3 different tables displaying 3 different layers of the city. You can see one that is rather obvious as the layer that you're seeing here, right in front of your screen right now, right? The basics of Maester. You can see that there are these thin sheets of blue fabric that are sort of draped over certain areas, which you can tell are areas where the city is closed and no one is living there. Just because not enough people, not enough lanterns, issues like that. The second one is that of hidden passages in and out of the city. So on this map in particular, it highlights things like sally ports, walls that look like walls but can be opened and closed like a gatehouse in case of an imminent necessary escape. And then finally, a sewer system. The sewer system map seems to sprawl the entirety of the city, but there are areas where there are these wooden pieces that are certainly that are painted red, sitting on top of certain cross sections and areas. And you can see that Fedorov, he begins to explain, and he says, "This right here is a regular map of the city. If you were to purchase one from a cartographer, this is what you would receive. This here is my own personal map. I've taken the time from the previous captain's notes and maps to highlight each one of the hidden entrances in and out of the city in case the people need to make an escape, or should the city be besieged, the forces could make their way out and hopefully perform some type of counterattack on a weakened siege line, if that ever does come up. And then finally, well, this is something that was actually taken from several members of a smaller thieves guild or organization within the city before the winter and the snow started to happen. These 3 things combined allow us to have a fairly good idea of where to go, how to get there, and the fastest way to get there. The thing is, we have a lot of soldiers that are willing to fight, but it's a big city. And I have been running into an issue where, while I have a lot of people here, getting them in the right places at the right time means that we leave a lot of other places weak and defenseless. So, this is at least what I'm working with, but by far the biggest problem I have right now is there are people, citizens, that have discovered some of these sewer entrances. We try our best to keep them out of there, as we have no idea of what's able to get in and out of those sewers. We don't know how safe or dangerous it is to be down there. Armored guards, sure, but for just some individual that used to be a baker before they couldn't afford firewood anymore, just Seems like not a great place for them to be. That's sort of the thing that it's been most problematic for us. Individuals trying to go places where they definitely should not be. I don't have enough guards to be able to post them at every single position where that entrance is possible. But it's a problem nonetheless that needs to be resolved. And if you have any other ideas about any of the situations you've seen so far, I'd be more than happy to hear your thoughts.
Roughly how many guards do you have on patrol?
Well, let's see. Guards able to patrol. Because of the cold, I try my best to make sure that they are getting at least several days, if not a week off, between several day-long patrols. I'd say of the 20,000 people we have that can fight within the city, 5,000 of them are good enough to patrol, and so on any given day there's probably 1,000 soldiers patrolling the streets. More are available. I just some of these soldiers we have are either like that baker I mentioned, or members of the Order of the All-Seeing, which of course they want to protect the city, but I find that sometimes the rank and file soldiers, they have a bit of a disposition towards the Order of the All-Seeing.
Right. Where are the main attack points? Where are the places that you find need more help? And where are the places that you have most of your soldiers positioned?
Well, most of the soldiers ends up getting positioned around the east and west gate. Those are the areas where the larger hordes of undead, demon, elemental creatures approach. So that's where we focus most of our forces. On top of that, around any of the positions, places where there are still large groupings of people that are living, we try and have as many guards as we can posted up in those areas. Also, any of the gatehouses that lead in and out of specific districts, we still keep those manned just in case we need to shut those gates as a last line of defense. But I would probably say, and he'll kind of, we'll draw on here. 1, 2, let's see. This area, obviously the lodge. I'm going to do different circles because they're different areas. Let's see. And obviously this area right here. Keep. But these end up being the, he says, these end up being the areas that are protected the most. Just because these are the places where the most people are located.
So, in theory, I did my math wrong. Okay. In theory, you have 6 points that need protecting. Between your 1,000 watching is roughly around 166 soldiers per area. Of course, we don't need that many at the gates. Probably 20 at each. Dispersing the rest between the other 4 areas. Now, because of some of these connecting, you should post some of them up on the highest points in those areas. if there's buildings, towers, churches, there should be 1 or 2 guards posted there as watch, so that they could let the others know when places are attacked. That way we can disperse even more between those areas. Does that make sense so far?
That makes sense. I can do that.
Now the issue is those that are going to be in towers, they will need the heat posts with them. The keep, I'm not sure if there's that many guards that actually need to be there. I mean, the Order of the All-Seeing are there.
Mm-hmm.
And getting to the keep is going to be the most difficult part. Do we have points of interest? Any places that overlook these areas? Or have we not found that out?
The best places for Overwatch would probably be along the ridges in and around the keep. Those by far have the best sight lines on the city. The wind and the snow makes it a little more difficult, but there are several towers connected to the walls. Let's see. And he will mark again the towers. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Oh wait, 7. There you go.
Okay,
those places
so-
probably have the best sight lines. And, well, honestly, this place as well.
So 8. Okay, so not to go to RP it out the whole thing, but Ajax is going to kind of look over this map, and with soldiers, he's been told how many there are with all of these points. He's going to do math. He's going to actually start tallying things and like
Mhm.
putting like tallies on the map.
Fedorov
and
slides you
muttering
an
to
abacus.
himself. Yeah. So there's 8 points, so yeah.
So if we...
And Ajax is like muttering this out fast. You know, he's done this probably so many times.
Mm-hmm.
So if we put 2 soldiers per watchtower, per overwatch, that leaves us with about 998. If we take that and in at the gates, around 20 each, that leaves us with about 958. With the remaining 4 areas, that should leave us with around 238 soldiers per area. We could say that in each area, we could dedicate 20 more soldiers within each area to watch over those entry points to the sewers and the areas that people should not be. The people at the gate, we'd want to be some of the best fighters. You said these are where the demons usually will come through, correct?
Mm-hmm. Larger groups of them. They still appear quite frequently within the city, but we have several smaller towers established by the Order of the All-Seeing that keeps an eye out for those.
Right. Also, within...
And then Ajax is going to point to here, in the middle.
We should also probably station some of our best guards as well. If they're overwatching there, they should be able to see 3 of the areas. The keep being able to see all of them. So there should be communication between them. That reinforcements to the 3 areas should be easily enough travel between them.
All right. Okay. And you see him sort of nodding, listening, following along.
Yeah, and if there's not, if we don't need to go into more specifics with it, I just want Ajax to come off to Fedorov as like he knows what he's talking about,
Yeah.
kind of thing. But like, yeah, with the base assumption that Ajax would probably come up with a decent scenario, a decent strategy for moving these guards around.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, John, Ajax has a lot more practice at this than you do. So you can take some time to think about this, but and you can tell me what you think Ajax would probably tell Fedorov. So that way it's your idea as opposed to just whatever I can concoct right now that Ajax would probably...
Well, I think what I was saying is definitely what he would go with, but Ajax would be more into detail with it and listing like, you know, ranking of guards and like, oh, if this guy's a baker, like we should put him there, and like, you know, rearranging them so that it's the best possible scenario for things. But yeah, that's what he'll do.
All right, sounds good.
And then at the end he'll like place the last part on the map and then kind of step back and go,
what do you think?
Honestly, I think it's a pretty good idea. And one of the things that I can do to try and implement that to the best, I have a few guards that I trust more than others. I'll put them on clerical duties, where it's a cushy position. They get to stay inside most of the time, and all they have to do is assign people places to go. Right now, it's just been me managing it, so it's taken up most of my time, but if we're going to worry about what experienced soldiers are where, well, I can't manage all that. I'll get 10 guards on that, meet together weekly, and that way we can assign people to the best of their ability in the place that they'll be most effective. That's a good idea. I got so concerned with keeping people alive, I didn't think about the best way to do that.
You have to also remember, there's only 1,000 patrolling, but you said there's 20,000 ready to fight. If things go poorly, I'm pretty sure that takes up the majority of the areas being patrolled. It won't just be your 1,000.
That's a good point. And maybe at that point we should... Do you think we should make safe houses where we keep a good amount of guards there inside, just in case something happens in one of those areas?
That, and also some sort of system where you could allow communication between other halves of the city. Some sort of beacon to be lit if you need assistance on this side or that side.
The snow makes that a little difficult, but I'm sure that the mages could figure something out.
Mages always do figure something out, don't they?
That they do. All right. Well, then I'll go ahead and get this all sorted out then.
You're sure? I don't want you to feel... I'm not here to take over. Sometimes it's just better to have another pair of eyes looking at what you're doing.
Well, I mean, know that I'm not offended at all, but, I mean, you and the rest of your group kind of are. And I don't mean that in a negative way. But you've come here to make a difference. You've come to take charge. I mean, that's what your jobs have been about. That's what today's for. And I can guarantee you that should Liliana ask, I'll be more than happy to tell her that you would thrive in the position of commander. So
I appreciate that.
not a problem. Commander Ajax, Dawn Rider, whichever you prefer.
I'm still getting used to that title.
Well then, I guess for the time being, sir, we'll have to do.
Ajax is fine.
Of course, sir. Ajax.
All right, Sir Fedorov.
It's Captain. He smiles.
Ajax slightly forcefully pats him on the shoulder.
You're funny.
Yeah, well.
Should we head back?
Well, I'll stay here, handle what I need to handle, gather those guards together. But I believe you have a political delegation that you need to be ready for. Good luck. I do not envy you, that's for sure.
Thank you.
And Ajax will grab his things, put his spear on his back with the shield, bundle up, nod to Fedorov, and start walking back.
All right. With that, Ajax, you head back to the lodge. While Ajax was gone, was there anybody that wanted to talk about anything? Anybody want to talk to anybody? Nope. All right. Ajax returns. Everybody has been in stasis since that moment. They all unfreeze as you load back into the area.
Suni and I have been having a text RP. That, you know.
A little bit of a conversation about the wind and how to make noises, speaking the primordial tongue. Okay.
Ajax walks back into the lodge like Aragorn. The first time you see him in The Lord of the Rings is the Ranger, except it's snow. And then he just gets all the snow off.
Walks into Suni just trying to make all the same noises that Cecily is. Something like that.
What do you... Never mind.
Speaking
Yeah.
the ancient tongue.
Old and windy.
Maybe you can teach me sometime. The conversation with Fedorov went fairly well.
Not even try.
Well, okay then. I guess next order of business is the public address, right? What time is it? I don't have a sundial.
I couldn't see the sun.
Right. Well, maybe we should just get there early then.
Does the clock exist in this world?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like pocket watches and stuff.
Yeah.
I
It's
just
like
wanted to make
vaguely.
sure.
There's like steampunk pockets of Illica, right?
Mhm.
Where there's guns and clocks and shit.
Yeah, I like to imagine a world where there's guns before there's clocks. That'd be interesting.
Okay. Alrighty. So, as all of you ready yourselves, if there's nothing else, I believe that you had said that you would be meeting the people outside of the temple or inside the temple.
Or in the temple.
I imagine it's
Yeah,
inside,
so it's
yeah.
warm. Yeah. Sorry, I was writing the speech. That's why I was so focused.
But it's like with
We-
the temple, if I'm remembering right, it's not completely enclosed, right? Because I don't imagine a whole population can fit inside one temple. Like, I
No.
feel like there was something because it's like with the Sapphire God, frost and shit. It's like semi-open, right?
Yeah, the place where people stand, so it can accommodate about 12 to 1,500 people, so it's fairly large. Not nearly large enough to encapsulate all of the people that live in Maester, but a good number of them. That area, the only place that is exposed is where the speaker stands. So where Azor has been standing this entire time, whenever she gives her speeches, that is where she stands. But everybody else is closed off, and there are 2 of those lanterns in here providing warmth to the temple. But where you guys will be standing,
everyone is going to be warm and able to heal.
yeah. But where you guys are standing, you will not be warm, and you will be cold.
Pass around the cloak that Suni has.
You don't have the speaking cloak. You can't talk right now, okay? So, with that, eventually enough time passes. You can see that people have begun to gather within the temple. You can see Liliana stands outside awaiting you. And as all of you approach, she is standing there speaking with Azor, actually. And you can see Azor and her having a conversation. There is a lot of coldness between the 2 of them as they interact. You can tell that this is definitely a contentious relationship that exists, but a relationship nonetheless. And as you can see as the group of you approach, you can see they both turn to you, and Liliana nods, and Azor greets you with a smile. And Azor is actually the first one to speak. She says, "Well, I am so incredibly happy to see all of you made it, and that all of you will be taking this next step in a very necessary journey for the continued health and growth of the Old Kingdom. I very much look forward to hearing what you have to say."
Thank you. We are excited to get to address the people.
Of course. If there's anything you need from me in your time here, or from my church, or any of my followers, please do not hesitate to ask. I hope to be an instrument to all of you, so I may be useful to whatever purpose you wish to serve in the city.
Thank you, and likewise, if there's anything that you think we could assist with, we want to help.
If anything comes to mind, I will not hesitate to ask. Well, I will go greet the people, and I will prepare them for your remarks. And she smiles and nods, and she will depart from the group of you and head inside. And you can see Headmaster Blorolos. He approaches from across the bridge and ends up being right behind all of you as you're getting prepared to go in. As Liliana looks to the group of you and says, "So, are you ready?"
I believe we are.
All right. Well, good luck to all of you, and I do look forward to hearing what you have to say. Fedorov shared with me how the conversation went with you earlier, Ajax, and he gave me high remarks. I'm hopeful that this conversation goes well, and that the people are receptive to what you have to say. Well, there's nothing else. I will lead you up there, and you may give your remarks.
There is a quick something else. I don't know if it's going to be relevant at all, but especially because I imagine Bianca's going to be obviously leading this address. As I suppose they're going up to, I don't know what it counts as, but up to the area, she will just kind of give Bianca just a nice little like pat on the shoulder, like, you know, on the opposite shoulder, so it's like a half hug thing. And we'll just, you know, give her a little bit of words of affirmation, that she will be, you know, she will do well up there, and that she doesn't need to worry about what people will think, because what she's doing is the right thing. And she'll give her some bardic inspiration.
Very
just
nice.
In case.
Okay. Alrighty. Bardic inspiration received. As all of you begin to follow Liliana Brighton in, is there anything else you'd like to do last minute before you approach the podium?
Cuss out Liliana. I'm kidding. That'd be so terrible.
Wow.
Not
All right,
gonna
listen
do
here,
that.
you motherfucking bitch.
Fireball! Going rogue. Damn.
I could punch her and do 0 damage repeatedly. That'd be pretty fun.
So with that, all of you stand behind Liliana as you make your way into the temple. Ooh. That was way too regal. I think this is probably better. So, as all of you make your way into the temple, the wisping wind and tumultuous snow behind you is still ever present in this area. But as you walk in down that center aisleway, Liliana leading you, you can see all the people begin to, as sitting in these pews within this massive cathedral, they all sort of look and stand, seeing this procession enter. As they look to you, you can see Azor begins to speak. Using thaumaturgy.
It is my great honor and pleasure to introduce in these hallowed halls, within the Church of the Sapphire God, the heroes that not just saved Periton, but have also come to save your city, to save our city. Heroes that do not just seek glory and wealth and fame, but seek to make a positive impact in your lives. Not only that, but they have a personal tie to this place, to the Old Kingdom. One of their members, as I'm sure all of you have heard, may choose to lay claim to a throne her grandmother left behind, or still clings to this day, I suppose. They speak to you today on matters that burden our city, that burden our hopes and dreams of a better life. It is a great honor that I bestow unto them the right to speak in these hallowed halls, and that the words they speak may reach your ears with grace and respect.
And you can see at that point, all of you have reached the front of the cathedral, as there are these two spiral staircases that head up about a half story onto this massive stage, as all of you make your way up one side and you stand. Thousands look upon you, anxious for every word that you speak, as Azor smiles and looks to all of you and nods her head and bows slightly as she makes her way for the Queen's Council.
Yeah, Bianca would step forward to the podium of speaking, I guess, with everyone behind her, and she'll look to her council, then look to the people, and guess who else has thaumaturgy? But she's not doing it to be flashy. She is doing it for the purpose to be heard, to make sure that everyone's ears are reached.
Yeah.
So cast that, and she will begin. Hello, I am Bianca Damaris, and this is my council. Blade Master Suni Kalukatho, Master of War and Defense Ajax Dawnrider, Master Builder Cecily Tierson, and Speaker of the People Carousel Adulski. We are honored to be addressing you today. I know most of you at least heard of us at this point, but I'm here to give you our formal introduction, and we have a few announcements for you. We have plans to begin making changes, not just here, but in Bella Clara. But the most important thing, at least as of right now, is to try out these changes, and if you, the people, want more of these changes and are happy, we want to expand and continue our work. Liliana gave us a few issues to resolve, and this is the beginning of the kind of changes you all would be seeing. Firstly, there was a murder that took place. After discussion with the council, we decided that best course of action would be to continue to keep the criminal detained, as they did commit an offense to the public. A trial will be held to accurately review the offense and be sure to give proper correction. Most importantly, the safety and public is top priority. Second, the situation of the deserters. First corrective action is that their title and position as town guards will be removed. At the time with the knowledge that we have, we cannot trust that they will be able to protect the public as they should have. However, they will be working in the community still, giving back and helping mend what was broken. Various community services will be the corrective action at this time. Similarly, though, a trial will be held to accurately review the situation and be sure the most effective corrective action will be taken, as well as possibility to earn back their titles and their position as guards. Third, the minor which had stolen. Given that they are a minor, no fault shall come to the child. However, the family will need to return the stolen contents. If the contents have already been used, then they will not receive the amount which was stolen in the next week's rations. Again, a trial to review will be held in order to review the family and be sure the child has not been coerced into the actions and are in a safe home. The council and I also agree that we should probably review the amount of rations distribution and make sure that everyone is receiving a fair amount of rations for the number of each household. Moving on, I wanted to talk more about the trials. We would like to make sure that you people are participating in these trials. This has to do with your safety. This has to do with the world we want to build for you. We would like to find a way to get you involved in these decision makings so that you are an active member of your reality. Moving on from there, we would like to introduce Headmaster Bolarolos. He has come to visit us and let us know quite a few things. As many of you know, there's a dark entity that is constantly attacking this place. Bolarolos has a way to create wards and protect us from the negative entity that keeps coming into our walls. During this time, that will free up a lot of our guards in order to move on and actually handle the force at the Damaris Keep. Essentially, these wards will be able to keep out the demons that have been entering, as well as the Dark One's forces. We also believe that there's a possibility that the frost and the snow may be lifted while inside of the protective wards. This could resume some normalcy for the time being while we handle the outside issues. These may also be rumors as well, but I'm here to clear this up, that we are planning on going to take Damaris Keep. That is where the cold and the frost is coming from. It is also associated with this great entity, the Dark One, which I know for many of you have only heard rumor of, but it is true. The council back at the College of Hearthcrest is spreading the word that this entity is real and it is a true threat. We are here to handle it, and we are working with the council in order to do so. A part of that will be removing the ice curse and removing Ivana from Damaris Keep. That is a step in the process. Finally, I want to make it clear that I am not here to take control, that the council here is for you. If you have thoughts about what we are doing, we want to hear it. If you have opinions, we want to hear them. If you want us, we'll be here. We want to be here for you. This is not something that we are coming in just to have power. We see that you are hurting. We want to be the change. We are here and we will listen. That is all I have at this time, but I look forward to getting to know you and building our relationship together. And she will bow to them, the people.
Okay. Now, even though this is just one person speaking in this moment, each and every single one of you have been impacting the world and impacting Bella Clara and the Old Kingdom in different ways since you arrived. Those feats that you have accomplished, the things you have done, those words have spread. Even without speaking in this current moment, someone can recognize the Gleeman Carasilla, the warrior Ajax Dawnrider, the paladin Suni, the mage sorcerer Cecily, or the Valkyrie Bianca. So what I would like all of you to do is, in this moment right now, I would like all of you to make a roll. This is going to be your primary class ability. The thing that you do the most with is going to be the roll that you make. So for Ajax, that would probably be strength. For Carasilla, that would probably be charisma. Okay? So whatever you're doing the most with, I want you to make a roll with that modifier to see how much of an impact or influence your actions have had and how much they will resonate with these people based off of Bianca's speech.
Are you just dexterity and intelligence equally?
It is up to you. It could also be whichever modifier is higher. I think if dexterity's higher, you could go with that, but that speech you just gave was very logical, so intelligence would also make sense.
What, is it just the straight rolls?
Yeah.
Because they're the same, actually.
Yeah, so it's up to you.
Okay,
and you could also, even though inspiration is for ability checks, I would also count this.
I would like to thank you. And is it a D10 now, Carasilla, for your... You're on mute. I cannot hear.
It's D10.
Okay, cool. Right. No! Well, hopefully this D10 does some work.
Okay, you got the council backing you up.
D10 did some work.
It did. Goddamn.
Where would you be without Carasilla, honestly?
I would be in the ditch, so
Okay.
there would be riots.
Okay. You can see most of the people here. They have been sitting down, looking at you for a moment. For the duration of the speech, they look back towards your council, towards Headmaster Bolarolos, to Liliana, to Azor. They all nod as they listen intently. There's no thunderous applause. There's no cheering, no celebration. But there is almost this visible sigh of relief that you can see from a great deal of people. They came into this apprehensive and tense, afraid of tyranny or of a commanding officer. And instead, they seemingly got people that genuinely care about their well-being. And that has impacted a lot of them. It is about as warm as a reception as you could have hoped for in this frozen, desolate wasteland of this city. They nod, they've heard you, and all of you can tell that the people of Maester, they're putting their faith in you, and they'll continue to do so until proven otherwise. But, like I said, there's no thunderous applause, there's no cheering, no celebration. They listen, they hear you, they trust you, and they get up and they leave, heading back to their guard duty, to the small jobs that they have, and they leave, seemingly with a small amount of trust and faith placed in all of you. You can see Liliana approach, as she was not standing up on the same level as you were. Her and Azor were both off to the side on a level below, but you can see the two of them come up to you. And Liliana says, "In all honesty, I believe they took that rather well. Only time will tell how much it will impact things on a day-to-day basis. But you held yourself very well. And it seems as though your reputation precedes you and has helped you a great deal in this moment. As I said, it will take time to see how the general populace reacts. But for now, seeing how all of you handled yourselves and the path you decided to take, I am willing to share whatever power I hold with all of you. And I hope that things continue to go this well for all of you. I do. The moment I can go back to just being the leader of the Order of the All-Seeing is a day that I look forward to. It seems as though it's not that far off. Well, I know that the last thing we have to do on this day is the war table. You gave me a list of individuals that you'd like to be there. I will go and gather them, and we will wait in the keep for you for whenever you're ready to discuss that. I think it's best to send those troops out sooner rather than later. But take your time in getting there. We have until tonight. And unless all of you have anything to say to her, she will head out and go gather the allies you wish to be present.
That was good.
Yeah, nothing in particular. She'll say thank you. Like a genuine, appreciation.
Especially will pat Bianca on the back.
You see a huge... once Liliana left, and as soon as Cecily, touches her back, if a whole body could sigh, she just, the weight, the tension, gone. She feels so much better.
I will say, as Cecily taps you and you let go of that tension, you hear Azor, who's still there, say, "The burden of leadership is a heavy one. You are quite brave to hold it. All of you are. If there's anything I can do to help relieve that burden in the slightest, do not hesitate to ask. I know stories and heroes like yourself can make a very large impact on the way people feel. But sometimes stories just aren't enough. And if that ever turns out to be the case, you can always find an ally in me." With that, she'll smile. And if there's nothing else, she will depart.
Just saying thank you, but yeah, I don't think anything else noteworthy, really.
Alrighty. She departs, and now you are alone. Bularolos will nod and, be like, happy to help. And then he's
I have to work on those words.
Yeah, he's going to go start doing his job.
Lord.
Cracks
That was a
his
good.
knuckles? Does he have those?
Yeah, he's got hands.
Okay.
It's
I
4
wasn't
fingers
sure
now.
what the... Okay.
They are sausages. They're huge. They're
Sausages.
They're
When he
like,
cracked his knuckles, does it sound like snapping ropes?
yeah, his fingers are probably like as wide as my forearm, honestly.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
Like
god!
snapping your wrist.
Yeah,
Whoa!
Yeah, cracking your neck.
yeah.
Mm.
God.
You good there?
No, you can't hear it.
No, I can't. I don't know what you're doing.
All I can see is you just flapping your fucking hand around.
Do you hear it yet? Okay, all right. So
No.
you
Please move
all,
on.
my wrist hurts now. I was flicking it too hard. Okay. So as all of you in the temple, you breathe that sigh of relief, and here all of you stand mostly alone, aside from a few clerics and individuals that pray. You have the place to yourself.
Ajax is gonna put his hand on Bianca's shoulder.
That was a very good speech.
Thank you. I just said what all you said, though, so it was all of us.
Well, but you
No,
said
you
it
don't.
without stuttering or swearing or
This is true.
making
yeah, you
anyone
sounded very
famous.
cleanly.
Ugh, I felt like I
It
was
was
really
very
breaking
regal.
towards the end. But thank you.
Well, just think about this. You probably won't have to do a speech like that in a while. Hopefully.
Hopefully. That's hard, Carousel. How do you talk to people like that? And get them to
You just did
listen
it.
to you? But, like, frequently.
She has patches because of it.
Suppose that's true.
Good job.
Thank you. It feels good, just the transparency. I just
Seems
don't
like
want
they were
people
receptive
want-
to it.
Seems like it.
It seems like this whole transition of power thing might actually happen too, which is, I think, good news.
Well, now what?
Well,
We keep moving on. We keep
Mhm.
putting in motion what we just told them we were gonna do. I just told you what we're gonna do, Ajax. What do you mean now? What?
Clearly not everyone was listening.
I was.
Uh-huh.
It just lost me after the first sentence. It wasn't about combat.
Did you hear me introduce you guys?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. At least you made it that far.
Vanity
Good
and
choice.
combat, the two things to get your attention. Good to know.
good choice on the last name too. I feel like that one has a little more leverage than all the other ones I got.
I didn't choose it because of that. I mean, you are a Tierson, and we're gonna bring your dad his soul, and it's happening.
Yeah. Well, war table, trials, lunch.
We could probably do lunch and war table if we tried at the same time.
If you do it at the same time, then I feel like you won't enjoy the lunch. Plus, it
could
makes it a
actually
nice
use-
reward at the end.
It's true.
Let's beat Liliana to the war table and look it over during lunch.
I'm really here
Sometimes.
for this idea.
Sometimes you can use the silverware as pieces for the war table.
Mmm.
Sometimes you can use the pieces from the war table as silverware.
I have not tried that one, Suni.
Maybe we can skip that one.
I am very intrigued to try that one. It
Like a
depends
table
on
to
what
garnish.
pieces they're using. It's fine.
You know, I'm hardly using silverware anymore. The thing about having this magic hand is that you can just pick up shit you normally wouldn't, you know? Pasta, just in the hand.
Wait,
Okay,
you eat
so all of
pasta
you, all of you make your way to the keep
Yep.
for the war table meeting.
Yep.
I mean, I
We'll
don't
never
feel
get
it.
there.
All right.
We're only
You
ever-
arrive at the
And
keep.
the session ends. Woo!
You arrive at the
Play
keep.
again.
The war table is ready.
War table.
Now, here's the thing, all right? At this meeting, Niall is there, interim commander
Like the
Niall.
river?
Huh?
Like the river?
Yep.
Yeah, like the river.
As well as Calrus. Yeah, also Alika is here as well. And you can see there are a few individuals that you partially recognize. It was only a brief interaction you had with them. For one, Sir Lapierre is here, who you briefly encountered in Periton, but it seems though the Knights of the Dawn have made their way into Maester. He is here with all of you. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. Typho is here, actually. He has arrived, yes. Typho is here. And Batai is here as well.
It is I, Typho.
Yes, hello, it is I, Typho. So Typho is here, as well as Sir Lapierre, as well as Batai, as well as Niall, and as well as Liliana and all of you. 5 groups of soldiers at your disposal with 6 objectives on the war table. Go and activate that. So, just as a refresher, let me go ahead and what does Rings of Power sound like? That sounds like war table music.
Sounds like we better make this decision real fast.
Okay, let's try Olympus. What does that sound like?
That was funny.
That sounds like we need to make it even faster.
Okay, maybe action.
They're on
is
our
not-
doorstep. All right.
All of
Maybe-
our allies are fighting us.
Okay, here we go. No. This is it. High Tower
Where's the
Evolved.
Jeopardy music?
I always have to refresh when you change the song because it doesn't load for me or some shit. I don't know. Oh wait, no, it's working.
Yeah, sometimes if you just wiggle the little slider around, it helps.
Oh. Yay! I like this one. This makes me think of Zelda music because there's a song
Okay.
that sounds like this in Twilight
Nice.
Princess.
Sick. Okay, here we go. So, just as a reminder, the 6 things that need to be handled. Number 1, there is a temple that is right. Oh, did I not label these? Oh, that's so sick.
No.
That's cool. That's okay. I remember what they are. I just gotta. I'll write them down this time.
Yeah, they're the flags. The temple
Yeah.
is the one that's up top.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. I'm gonna do this freehand. Okay. Wow. 1.
Can't
Oh
you
my
use
Wait,
the
wait,
text
wait,
thing?
wait, no, stop.
I just know I was struggling here. That's totally a text.
Stop.
There
Stop
is
that.
a
Stop.
text thing, but it's so bad.
No, it's
that.
not. I got you.
See, but
Worse than this?
It does the
One.
box though. The box is terrible.
That's
so
fine.
what?
Keep the box. It's okay.
All right.
One. I gotta move it. How the fuck do I move it? How do I pick it up? Okay, if you got it, then I'm gonna delete mine. Where the fuck is my delete button?
1. Okie dokie. So then 2. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. 3.
Honestly, the boxes are kind of helpful for me.
Yeah,
Well, that's
same.
good. Okay. 4. 5. 6. Okay. All right. Bata bing, bata boom. Number 1 is the temple. Followers of the Sapphire God believe there is a brilliant brazier here that could burn hot and bright enough to cover the entire temple district in warmth. Number 2, the Watchtower lets us know about incoming marching troops on Maester, which belongs to Maester, but they suspect that a sabotage is imminent and that needs to be prevented and that place needs to be protected. Number 3 is a hero's grave. Liliana believes that there's a tomb there that belongs to one of the first of the Order of the All-Seeing. There could be special crystals to enhance the fighters within the Order of the All-Seeing. Within Mona, one of the few areas in the Old Kingdom that provides food to Maester. Vesna's food is bought out by the Loyalists to sell to the rest of Bella Clara. So Mona is very important to the longevity of this city existing. Number 5 is a Fey Gate. It has the potential to siphon arcane magic into Maester that could be used to heat the city and keep the Dryad alive. And then finally, number 6 is the Tower of Arcane Conception. This is the spot where most Bella Clarians believe magic was conceived and the ley line in Bella Clara was formed. So this is the place where it's most potent, most pertinent, and an area where there could be magical secrets here that could enhance not just the party spellcasters, but any of the other mages that exist within Maester to defend the city. Now, those are the 6 situations, but you have 5 soldiers, 5 groups that are willing and able to be dispatched in those areas. Now, these don't have a big impact on if they will succeed or fail, but they do have an impact on how it will be handled. So each one of these 5 groups has stats, okay? Some groups are better at other things. There's strength, there's intelligence, and there's will. So strength just being how well they can handle physical fighting situations. Intelligence being how smart they are, how well they're able to deduce and think through problems. And will is their ability to resist temptation and corruption from these various entities that may try and do that. Okay, so we have got the Knights of the Dawn. They got 2s all across the board. They're strong, they're smart, they're willful, right? They are good enough. This is on a scale of 1 to 3, by the way. Okay, Company of the Golden Heart, not the strongest fighting force, but they are fairly smart and they have incredible willpower. Okay, the Batai's Vanguard, very strong, not very smart, but they do have rather good will to resist things. Then we have the Wardens of the All-Seeing. There aren't a lot of them that can be dispatched, but they're very smart, very willful, with 3s in both of those, a 1 in strength. And I'll post those, that way you guys can see this. And then the Gilded Mages belong to, or the Gilded Magus belong to the Loyalists. Very smart, not very strong, not very willful, right? They don't have that ability necessarily to resist temptation, but incredibly smart. So, that being said, you have 5 groups that can be dispatched, 6 issues. I leave it up to you all to delegate where you'd like things to go, and what would you like to happen?
Question. Which one of these is Alika's people?
Oh yeah, isn't that right?
All bad.
Give us an extra.
That's all right. Nope, Batai wasn't able to make it.
Well.
Damn it.
What an
So
asshole.
the brother, but are the stats the same for the Brotherhood?
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Sorry.
So strong and willful, but not so smart.
Correct. Which,
That makes sense.
Sounds like
considering
people.
what they've accomplished so far, that's probably it. I mean, they did have the legacy of being the Bloody Brotherhood, which was propaganda, but you know, it definitely wasn't
Make it work.
it wasn't all the way fake propaganda. They definitely did some fucked up shit.
They
Rumor's gonna come from
reclaimed
somewhere.
the term.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
we are the Bloody Brotherhood.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We will be the Bloody Brotherhood. It's a promise.
But still willful, right? Obviously, they have to have the conviction to be a group of, 2,000 going against one of the most wealthy governments in the world. They got the conviction, and also that's kind of a dumb idea. It makes sense. And Batai had a long way to go from Paradin.
So,
Yeah.
the blue flamey guys, that's opposing forces, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So my initial thoughts before getting into the nitty-gritty, since there's a good chance, I mean, obviously we'll know after the wards are up, but like there's a pretty decent chance that
While you guys are talking about this, I'll be right back.
that heat won't be as big of an issue if it does keep out at least some of the cold. I don't know if it's gonna be like summer, but like there's a good chance that like things won't be quite as frozen and frigid and stuff. So we can maybe prioritize the other options.
Yeah.
I mean, at least over the temple, because at least with the Fey Gate, like that's also keeping up the Evergreen Garden
Dryad.
Grove thing, which is important
So
for
the
like
arboreals will be able to
food.
use it.
Yeah, I agree with
So
that.
yeah,
I definitely
and
was
so I
thinking
feel like that should still
It could
be.
serve
But the
2
temple,
and 1 as well. Yeah.
yeah, the temple, I guess we can put to a lower priority. I feel like
So. Go ahead.
okay. I feel like also leading from that, I feel like Mona should be one of our top priorities if it is basically the food basin. And I especially if there's already political corruption, I would say probably put someone with strong will there.
Yeah.
But
Is there someone who has strong will and intelligence?
Yeah, the
I
Wardens
mean,
of
there's the Knights of the
All-Seeing.
Dawn, which are just well-rounded as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they could be. They're the strongest out of all of them, right?
No, that's
they're twos
actually
across
the
the board.
Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're all
Cool,
twos.
cool.
But the Wardens of the All-Seeing, they have a 3 in intelligence and will. So I
Yeah, but
think
they
we
have
could send
that-
those there.
That's also very
the,
true.
The one that I think I don't know if we can even do anything about because it's just so far is the Arcane Conception. Like it's cool. Like it'd be dope to go there, but it's so far away. Like
Well,
Well, it's only a
think
little bit further
if
than
we're
5.
if we're gonna send the Gilded Magus to anywhere, we should probably send them to 5 or 6 so that they avoid conflict.
Yeah.
what if
And
it's something
6 is all water travel.
Yeah.
So that's actually probably going to be faster than, or as fast as anything that's on foot and dealing with snow.
And also, just real quick, because, like, obviously, there's 6 flags, we've got 5 groups. We,
Flags.
as a party, are still going to be a group going out to one, right? Is that still a thing?
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, I think so.
I thought Joe said no.
Okay.
I thought we were going to stay in the city and solve
Okay.
more of the
Yeah.
problems in the
I think
city.
That
I
sort
remember
of
there was a
thing.
bit of tossing there. So, okay. Got it.
I think we'd
I-
have to choose between solving the in-city issues or doing the 6th one, and I think we would want to solve the in-city issues.
See, my thing was that because we are the people, we should be like out in the front. Like we should be doing stuff closest to the place we need to go while everyone's doing their thing.
See, I
Then
was
once
thinking the opposite.
Oh.
That
Once the ward is up, I don't think we need to be in the city anymore.
Oh,
Will
fine,
Draven
let's-
Hunt might be back before then.
Look, when we see
And we
Draven Hunt, let's just
Wait, I guess real quick, Joe.
Yeah.
Us as a party, are we still anticipating to deal with one of these flags, or is it we've got 5 groups and it's just going to be those 5 groups? We're not becoming extra.
Yeah, no, it's just you have enough manpower to deal with 5 of the 6.
So we're staying in the city, so we don't need to worry about that.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Then. Okay. So, I guess
The
then, what is
brazier-
our...
I kind of think that since the Fey Gate helps with the food because of the Dryad and bring at least some heat into the city, and with the wards being a possibility to also like at least keep, maybe not bring heat, but keep out cold, I really think that the temple is just one that we just honestly don't need.
That's what I was gonna say.
Put that as our last priority.
I think I think 1 is the easiest to justify not doing.
I think straight up we should send the Knights of the Dawn to number 2.
See, I was actually thinking
Or the Bloody Brotherhood.
I was thinking the Brotherhood should go to number 2 because that's almost guaranteed a for sure fight.
Right.
And then the Knights of the Dawn, I'm a little, since they're kind of like a pretty decent overall, I was kind of thinking to send them to 3 because the Hero's Grave, we don't know if it's going to be a fight or what they really will have to deal with, or if anything.
Counterpoint. I was almost thinking to send the Dawn Peeps to 5 though, because we want that to be secure. And so we want to know that there's going to be someone that's able to deal with whatever's there, you know, because we need that food. We need, like, you know.
Oh, so you mean 4 to Mona?
No. We were going to send...
No, because, like, 5.
Oh, for the...
5 also connects to Evergreen.
For the... Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, so we want that to be safe. The only thing is that if there's strength needed, we don't know, but it's also a Fey gate, and so I can't imagine it's going to be a walk in a park to deal with it.
There's definitely going to be fighting at 3. There's a unit there.
Yeah.
There's.
But
gonna be a fight.
wasn't it that it could be avoided? I don't remember. Maybe that's something I thought it was they could be avoided. It's not necessarily a guaranteed fight, but maybe I misunderstood or misremembered.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the unit at that point. Like, if stealth and avoiding is something that it's something they would think about, right? If they have the intelligence to handle something like that and do it successfully, then yeah, they could probably sneak around. But like if a group has enough battle prowess with strength, then there's no really reason for them to sneak because they can just kind of steamroll a group of foot soldiers.
I'm also just feeling like, do we want to send the All-Seeing to 3 because it's kind of their thing? And so I feel like even if they don't have the most strength, they know what they're going in there for. They'll know how to deal with it, and they'll know the most about it.
I think they'd have some home field advantage, yeah.
Yeah.
If nothing else.
Yeah.
I think.
And that allows the Brotherhood to go to 5 then? Is that what we were saying?
I think
No, Brotherhood going to 2.
Brotherhood to 2, not Knights of the Dawn to 5, right?
Yeah, because that'd be somebody that can kind of hold that spot confidently.
Wardens to 3, Gilded Magus to...
And then I think Company of the Golden Heart can go to 4 because they're very unlikely to get wrapped up in the corruption in the area. With the 3 will. And I also think that that's an issue that doesn't really require strength, so the 1 strength would be fine. And then I think that leaves the Gilded Magus to go to the Tower of Arcane Conception, which I think, honestly, given their stat arrangement, is the only thing I'm confident they could deal with. I don't think we should throw them anywhere near units.
Yeah.
Joe, is the river transportable?
Yep.
Okay. Didn't know if it was frozen.
Oh,
I mean, it's frozen. Just get a sled and just woo.
Yeah, it is up until you get here. I mean, but like you can use it to transport, and then that's when by the time that you get to Mona and Radia, you can transport here. There's just ice, but for most of the space
but it's
around,
still on foot
or on sled.
It's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Faster than going through the trees. And thick enough for like a cavalry charge to go across, so like the Knights of the Dawn could take the river and just go to Mona to get a boat and then go somewhere else.
I don't know if this is anything that we need to think about, but I was just wondering, because I'm thinking about this willpower stuff and the magic wayline or whatever. Is there any reason to suspect that raw magical energy would be something that could corrupt people as well?
100%.
I don't know if will is something to take into consideration for that, but...
Oh shit, no, there was totally a thing about that place being dangerous for magic users, right? Because it is so, like, fuck, yeah, okay.
Let's send them there anyways, guys. Fuck it.
They could handle it, but they might also be susceptible to, if they run into enemies, they could kind of burn themselves out.
But I guess also just going with that, that tower is one of our middle to low priorities, right? Like, I feel like
If we send
that
if
and hidden
that's-
and the hero's grave, we can kind of be a little bit more risk taking with, because it's not like a direct thing of like food or like a whole town's safety.
It was more just like we could discover something to benefit us in the fight moving forward, right, Joe? It wasn't like, or was there something we needed to get from there? I don't remember.
From where again?
The tower.
Number 6.
Yeah,
Number 6.
Yeah, we'll just help mages.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is there's not necessarily an item that would enhance the people's lives, but it would make a lot of your mages that are fighting, especially when you go to storm the keep, it would make them more potent and more powerful at doing certain things.
Okay. I mean, I was just gonna agree with you, Gemma, and be like, it's not like top priority. It'd be nice to have, definitely, but like, I'm not
Yeah, and I feel
stressing
like
about it.
the thing is, it's basically, I feel like at this point, we're gonna, in terms of priority, have to choose between like the hero's grave, which will benefit basically all the all-seeing people, or the mage tower, which will benefit the mages. And so it's just like, all we're gonna do is choose one, and both of them are gonna be helpful to us for taking the keep. And so I think we're fine as long as we got one of those covered, which we do. We've got the hero's grave covered.
question.
Then we
We'll
should be
have
fine.
both covered if we don't go to the temple, though. That's the thing.
We're not going to the temple. That's already decided.
So we have both covered.
Yeah, like it's covered, but it's with the mages, which is susceptible. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Where it's like there's a
could we
high
just
chance of failure.
swap
Yeah.
3 and 6. The mages are smart. Maybe they can maneuver
They'll have
around
to
and do
fight.
that. And the wardens have really good intelligence and will as well. So I mean,
Yeah, but like the only thing is that, because like we were saying, send the wardens to 3, because it's like, it's their shit. It's the all-seeing shit. Like they're gonna know more than anyone.
That, and also if the mages do run into a fight, which,
Yeah.
like Ajax pointed out, is pretty likely unless you literally sneak around it, they're not gonna probably make it. So I think the mages, it's gonna be a risk no matter where we send them of it just not working out and we not getting the thing, which is like kind of okay.
But we
sense.
might.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think in all reality, they've got the lowest stats. Like they're gonna be the worst group to deal with anything.
But
And
who's-
so, yeah.
Yeah.
We might be
Um,
sending them to their death at that point, though. Like, what if this
Well,
ley
that's why
line
they're
thing?
gonna be fine if they just go to this tower. You know, there's no troops
But
like
what? No,
opposing
what if the
forces there.
tower corrupts and or like is deadly?
Probably.
They said it was deadly for mages.
Counterpoint, where is it less risky to send them?
Yeah.
Mona.
But do we trust them in Mona? Because it's about like
They're
political
smart.
corruption there, and they've got very low will.
Yeah.
Like I'm honestly happy with the distribution that we
I-
have here. I feel like it's maximizing everything that we need. You know.
Because we don't, the thing about the tower is we don't, all we know is it's a strong magical wayline or surge or whatever. We don't know if it's dangerous or if it's anything. Because they could show up and find nothing. Right? That's all the knowledge
From
we have
my-
is that
no,
it was
yeah.
a possibility.
Mhm.
Joe? Okay. So
Could
that
ha-
probably would be the safest thing rather than trying to send them towards troops.
And
Because
also mages, they'll be smart around magic, so I think
I
they should be
mean,
fine.
In my initial notes for the Tower of Arcane Conception, it could have magical secrets for the first mages, called the Winds of Chaos. Has adverse effects on magic casters. So we're I don't think there's anywhere else to put them, but that unit is. I don't think we're gonna get anything from them. If not, they might come back to kill us.
So has
or something.
adverse effects, do we know any specifications as what kind? Like, was there?
No, the information and intel is very limited because there haven't been experienced enough mages that have had the resources and free time to travel to that area and investigate and come back.
I mean, we could always scrap 6 and send them to 1, I suppose.
No,
But
they'll definitely die because there is a unit there.
oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it. My
Yeah.
screen was- All right.
Yeah, I still think
I
it's just
mean-
like whatever they do, they're either gonna probably die because there's other forces there, or not be helpful at all. And so
Why-
at least this
okay.
way, there's still the chance that they're gonna bring us back something, you know?
Here's an idea. What if we flipped 5 and 6?
Five
What
and
if the Knights of the
6.
Dawn go to 6 and the mages go to the Fey Gate, because that's magic shit, and they shouldn't really run into. They're definitely not running into like demons and shit over there.
Mhm. I think the only concern is that 5's really important, you know?
Yeah.
How
and
about
so, are we willing to send them there and risk failure?
My also, if we're able to pull off, 5 is really important. Who's better in a siege? People with swords, or people with magic that can siege with like, AOE shit? That's also my thinking is like mages are going to be very helpful in a siege, and if they're very powerful mages at that point, it'll help us a lot too.
What
Consider
if
this? Remember last time when we prioritized the mage group in Periton and it really screwed us over because they didn't really give much? Maybe flashback,
what if
but
I think we feel pretty confident in each group knowing how to handle each situation, but I think with the mages,
They just
I
suck.
think we could frame it at because we obviously are Ajax will probably give the orders to everybody. If you phrase it as if it starts to get dangerous, leave, it's not a priority, it's more of a, what'd you say, Joe, investigation rather than a must get this thing. If we send them in being more on the curious side rather than the must bring something back, achieve something, I think that would probably help, because then they're going to the physically safest location and are only going as far as is safe. If it starts to get dangerous and things, they need to back out. And then we still have our mages, even if they don't have the big old fun effects and everything.
Is there a named mage that we know who is planning to be in this group?
well, that drow, whatever their name was, they're a mage, aren't they?
Why don't we ask Bolorolo?
No.
I just think at that point, if we can either send somebody specific with them or just have a name for somebody that we trust, we can always just try to check up on them.
Yeah, Calrus is the drow that came with Nile. Calrus is a mage. If you wanted to, you could send him.
He seems chill.
Mm-hmm.
I trust him. We barely talk to the guy, but I'm sure he's
I
fine.
like it.
Okay. All right. So you guys will
He
send.
is a loyalist,
Alright.
though, right?
He is, yeah.
Everyone in that group's a loyalist, though.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, the Gilded Magus
I
is,
missed
they're
that
all
part.
loyalists.
I missed
Oh, wait,
that
they're
part.
It's also
loyalists?
why, if they do die,
Oh. Never mind. I didn't know they were all loyalists. Fucking send them to the
Wow.
tower.
Wow. I mean, listen, I respect everyone's right to vote in my country. Anyway, this is what I have.
Yeah, I was just about to ask this, so thank you for going over this.
Yeah. I mean, I've been writing it as well, and yeah.
I think. Oh no, that is correct. I'm flipping things in my head. Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks right.
Okay, so yeah, going once, going twice, I guess. That seems to be our conclusion. The best we can do.
Company of the Golden Heart.
I think cutting one is absolutely the right choice. Of that, I'm confident.
Yeah.
So we've already made a decision to help with the warmth here, or at least
Yeah.
theoretically, which I think is very sound, because it's like, the cold is from the keep, it's outside, and it's also connected to the dark one, so it's just like...
Mm-hmm.
And even
And
if
even
it's
if it
not-
does fail, 5 also will give us more warmth
Yes.
as well, and so it's still covered.
And also, they've
Exactly.
already been dealing with the cold. You know,
Fucking get used to it.
They need to get
I-
over
yeah,
it. At
what's
this
another
point.
couple
It's a
weeks?
Fucking
or a month?
concrete and toughen up.
They can
Yeah.
they can make it another couple weeks.
Yeah.
Easy.
Once we get the keep, we're fine anyways, so...
Joe, are you proud of us?
Yeah, you guys did it.
Yeah.
It only
It
took
only
you.
took us 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. That's pretty good. You guys are
Boom.
finally getting better at planning. It just took
I don't know about that.
several years for some of you. I kid.
Just don't ask us to think of a new name for the party.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, so the war table's done.
I've settled on the Wanderers. That's what. All right. So, you all delegate. You decide where these troops will go. Sir Lapierre nods and will take the Knights of the Dawn to resolve the issue of the Faygate. Typho and the company of the Golden Heart will head to Mona in an effort to attempt to protect the city from any incoming attacks or destruction of the crops that feed the people of Maester. The Brotherhood will head to the tower, ready to fight off any incoming forces that from Fort Ivar that may try and destroy this crucial watchtower. The Wardens of the All-Seeing will go to the Hero's Grave, at spot number 3, in an effort to hopefully find these magical crystals and secrets that will help enhance the Wardens of the All-Seeing to protect the city further. And then finally, the Gilded Mages, along with Officer Calrus, will go into the Tower of Arcane Conception and hopefully find a way to maybe potentially harness these winds of chaotic magic in a way to enhance the magical abilities of not just them, but also any of the casters that exist within Maester in preparation for the siege of Damaris Keep. The only stone left unturned is that of the temple far to the north, choosing not to do anything with the Church of the Sapphire God or their one request towards the governing body. So that, yes, Jonathan.
Addendum to the number 6. If things go south, run.
Calrus
For the
will
mages.
nod and he'll say,
Let's be smart.
I'll try to
Yep.
do my best. All right.
That's all.
So if things go bad, they'll run.
They'll go to 5. How about that?
They'll go to
They'll
5.
just-
Well, no, if things are bad, like, just send them to Mona, and then it's like,
Go to Mona.
back up there, we know there's people that we can trust there, so it's fine.
All right. Sounds good. So, with that, the troops dispatch. They head out to those different areas you have assigned them, while all of you ready for the continued problems and issues that may arrive within Maester. One thing, however, that is very peculiar to all of you. As the day passes on, as you say goodbye to the soldiers that leave Maester, that are ready to lay their lives on the line to make this area of Bella Clara a better place, it's probably 5-6 o'clock in the afternoon now. And Draven Hunt has still not returned yet. If he were to have gone and come back, it should have only taken 16 hours. But we have very much passed that point at this time. Unsure of where he is or what his plans are, it is something all of you are left to ponder. But that is not where we're going to end tonight's session. In fact, we cut away
Cutscene.
of a bit of a different kind.
Give us the cutscene.
It's a cutscene about Draven, I think. Maybe, hold on. Let's see. Hey, how about you shut the fuck up and let me talk? How about that, huh?
Give us a cutscene.
How about that? How's that sound? Stop talking. How's that sound? Okay. Alright, cool.
Alrighty. So. Just trying to find the right thing. Here we go. Nice. Alrighty. Navigation. As we cut to a new scene, we can see a splendid courtyard, an in front of us. The air here is warm. It is damp. Very humid place. You can hear the bustling of a busy, busy city all around you, but in this one little area, it's sweet and serene. You see two individuals sparring, fighting each other. You see one broad and strong woman, deep skin tones with undertones of red, long red auburn hair in these large braids that drape down to the small of her back. A large great sword within her hand. See across from her, a young man, teal skin, scraggly, deep blue hair, a long sword within his hand, and one mechanical and wooden arm on the other. See Alec Silverfoot of Logan Silverfoot. And you see Powasa Anoa. You see the two of them sparring, fighting each other back and forth, step forward, step back, fighting around this temple or this fountain in the center of the two of them. Alec commenting on his steps and his movements. As you can see, he's keeping up with her. Enough. It's easy to tell that Alec Silverfoot of Logan Silverfoot is going easy on him. But not that easy. Every once in a while, you can see that he makes a move, he makes a slash, a quick dodge to the left or right that she wasn't anticipating. She needs to think on her feet. In those moments, you can see that sort of smile, a proud teacher, flash across her face. That proud smile eventually twitches and changes to a feral impulse to go for a kill. Of course, she would never harm him. She cares for the little dweeb, but he's able to keep up for the most part. Until one moment. Eventually, they end up on the rim of the fountain, using balance and dexterity while fighting each other. Alec making these massive swings and clashes, coming down on Poe, eventually having to just dodge out of the way as opposed to trying to block with the longsword. But eventually, as he goes to take one step back, you see him falter. And he falls, poof, slams on his back, and you see him just smile. Hey, Alec. You see Alec just sort of stand over him. What? Why did you fall? You know you can't do that in combat, right? That was an incredibly stupid idea. Yeah, I know. But Cecily finally said something. And you see he just kind of exhales as this smile fills his face. And Alec, continuing to stand over him, says, I would love to hear more about it after we finish training, okay? Yeah, okay. Okay. And you can see he springs back up with a rejuvenated energy as the two of them go back into their training. Poe happy, although thoroughly getting his ass beat by Alec right now, as the two of them continue to train in the small estate that belongs to the Wardens of Afera in New Afera. And with that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. And look at that. That is why I like to include that's why I like to keep all of my art saved from previous sessions. Because I used this art all the way back when they were still in Afera. Woo! Alrighty.
Isn't this like Morgonix's library or something?
No, this is where Galadar had talked to her about
a library.
Yeah, the library. Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay. I knew it had something to do with the library.
yeah. But yeah, this is where they had their conversation. So now this estate belongs to the wardens as well as the base that they have in New Vertalka as well. They're property owners, man. They got they got it. They got several vacation homes. So with that, like I said, that is where we're gonna go ahead and end. So thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did, and I very much look forward to next session next Tuesday. So with that, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Oh, be sure to tune in tomorrow for the Tales of Everend, Saturday for Isles of Avarion, and Sunday for Buried Time, and then next Tuesday for the continuation of Salamander Coast.